stand so I don't see the bright lights? No.
Good morning. Good. You guys hear me? Nice. Cool. All right, so this is the payphone you've dialed has been disconnected, the state and revival of payphones in 2023. Okay, so let's cover what we're going to talk about today. We're going to talk about who we are, what's a payphone. There might be some of you no idea what a payphone is. Start talking about our interest in infrastructure and how that got to mapping and scanning payphones. And then we'll talk about the PhilTel project, where we actually got a payphone back up and running. And then we'll cover FreakNet, how PhilTel ties into FreakNet, and then our future plans going forward. So I'm Mike. I'm a software engineer. I do mostly front-end work. I've been going to Philly 2600 hacker meetups for a little bit over 10 years. I've been a free PBX and Asterisk user since 2012. So I've been playing around with VoIP phone stuff for a little over a decade, but haven't really done anything too interesting or complicated until some of the stuff we're going to cover. So I've also run Networks of Philly starting in 2018. If any of you were at Whopper last year, I gave a talk on that. And that's really just, I'm going around kind of cataloging and looking at different network infrastructure in Philly. And then a couple years ago, I founded Dial-Up World, which is the lowest tech amateur hobbyist dial-up ISP. So anybody for free can connect to a number I have that goes to a modem bank that sits in my basement and get dial-up internet. So yeah, I do a lot of weird little phone stuff.
Hey, I'm Naveen. Got my bachelor's in computer engineering over at Penn. I've worked in the IT industry for a couple years in the financial and educational areas. I started out collecting telephones in about 2015, 2016, hooked them all up to a little Panasonic PBX and really got a kick out of that. So had some fun with that, graduated to messing around with Asterisk a couple years later, really enjoyed doing custom things with that. Started exploring payphones as well around the same time, trying to map out all the payphones that I encountered. So that was something I really got into, and eventually I started inventorying that. We'll elaborate on that more later. A couple years back, started FreakNet, which is a hobbyist telephone network that we'll also cover later. And also became a developer or a contributor to the open source Asterisk project at the time. So I've been working a lot with that since. Continues to take up a lot of my time, but really enjoy working on that. And then for any fellow BBS sysops or users in here, I also started working on my own BBS package, LBBS. And then finally, this whole time I've also been an environmental activist. Really twofold. One, trying to use some of my skills and experience to help out people that might be in disadvantaged backgrounds. So people who might not have broadband access or low income or nonprofits. And as well as that, trying to think about the environmental footprint of communications and computer technologies. So things like planned obsolescence are something that I think about a lot. So that's a theme that you'll see throughout the presentation today.
Okay, so we got to get some background. What is a payphone? So show of hands, who here has never used a payphone? Okay, either everybody has or nobody wants to talk about it, but that's okay. That's all right. Okay. So this is New York City sometime after 2000s, probably early 2000s. So when you needed to make a call and you weren't home, you didn't have a mobile phone, you would seek out a payphone. You'd seek out this big metal rectangle attached to the street or a side of a building in a city, walk up to it, put in money, punch numbers to call somebody up. So before cell phones, payphones were everywhere. I don't think I can overstate the ubiquity of payphones. You know, you walk down the street, there's one on the street, there's one in a laundromat or any business. They were everywhere. And now we hardly see them at all anymore. We almost kind of glaze over, like we don't even notice them if we walk by one. They're just not part of our lives anymore. So most people these days probably only see payphones in movies. There's actually two of these movies take place in Philadelphia. So if you know which two those are, come talk to me and win bragging rights for which the two are. But yeah, that's kind of our time capsule into people using payphones these days, is through the media. And we have these plot points that you couldn't reach somebody because you can't get to a working payphone or something, and we don't even see that anymore today. It's just, it's all but disappeared. So there's a lot of different types of payphones. If you're of an older persuasion, you might recognize the one on the left, a 3-slot. There's single slots, so we have 2 different types. There's one with a coin slot on the left. That's a Western Electric model. Coin slot on the right, that's a GTE model. So when people think of payphones, they usually picture one of these. And just so people know, there were 3 slots with standard keypads, and there were these single slot styles with rotary dials. But this is mostly what you would see these days. If somebody says, oh yeah, 3-slot payphone, it's going to be the rotary single slot. It's going to have a dial. So I mentioned earlier Networks of Philly. That's actually how Naveen and I met. So I was walking around Philly taking pictures of manholes, manhole covers, trying to figure out mappings for different types of infrastructure in the city, like what telephone lines go through this manhole, stuff like that. So Naveen reached out to me, and we were talking about central offices from like old phone company central offices, and we started talking about payphones. So we went and started walking around, and I would look and find some, catalog them, see if they were working, see if they had a phone number, and that's kind of how we got started in all this. So before we talk a little bit more specifically about payphones, I want to cover the local telephone infrastructure just a bit. So Bell of Pennsylvania started in 1879 in Philadelphia, and that was a direct branch of the whole big Bell system. Around the same time, I should say a little bit later, in 1900, Keystone Telephone started up. So Keystone Telephone, they mostly catered to businesses or business-to-business communications, whereas Bell was more, your residential stuff. So people calling people, not businesses calling businesses. Some businesses did have a Keystone line and a Bell line if they needed to talk to those 2 different groups. And Keystone's big bragging thing was that they had the fastest dialing because they only had 5-digit numbers. So yeah. Eventually, Bell ended up buying Keystone in the 1940s. And over time, Bell would just gobble up all of these more independent companies. So in 1984, Bell was gigantic, and the government basically broke them up, or broke Bell up into 7 operating companies. So the one around here became Bell Atlantic. So Bell Atlantic operated in the area and then eventually merged with 9X and moved their headquarters to New York City. But then in 2000, Bell Atlantic merged with GTE to create Verizon, which we still have today. So in 2012, Verizon said, we're done with payphones. They basically gave up everything with payphones. They sold most of their inventory to this company, PTS. So PTS gobbled up all these payphones, converted some of them, got rid of some of them, installed new ones in other places. But they're pretty much the payphone provider in Philly. Although Verizon is still around, obviously, as you know, and they're the incumbent telephone company today, so you can't really escape Verizon if you're in Philly.
Yeah, so as the incumbent telephone company, if you wanted to get a traditional landline, so plain old telephone service, or POTS, as it's commonly referred to, Verizon, or maybe resellers who you would go to. And Verizon in this area has actually been doing some pretty interesting things, which some people like and some people don't like, which is their policy of only providing phone service over fiber now. So here we're not talking just about Fios Digital Voice, which is their voice over IP digital voice offering, but even for plain old telephone service. So actually the past couple months I've been experimenting with this a little bit, trying to see what the most authentic type of phone service I could get from Verizon was. And so essentially what you'll get is you'll get it over fiber because they won't do it over copper. And the interesting thing is that it'll actually be connected to a packet switch, I believe at 900 Arch Street downtown. The interesting thing is it's not just for that rate center or even all of Philadelphia. Digging into this a little bit, we found that there's actually people as far out as Coatesville, which is almost an hour northwest of here, that are homed off of that switch. So Verizon really seems to be concentrating a lot of their services, including POTS, just in downtown Philadelphia. So unfortunately not as interesting as some phone freaks anymore, but nonetheless interesting in terms of what they've been doing. So yeah, so as I mentioned, for a couple years I've been trying to map out all the payphones that I've encountered. So a while back I just started doing that. Every time I encountered a payphone, I'd catalog what I saw, I'd take some pictures, note down the phone number and where it was, and then add it to a map such as this one. And over time, that continued to grow. And I promise I have not been to all of these locations personally. As it started growing, people would send me in contributions of payphones that they had encountered, and I would also add them to the map. So this is definitely not complete, obviously. We definitely don't know about all the payphones in the country. But it's a good indication that there are still a lot of payphones out there that people encountered. And as you might expect, they're clustered in certain areas. Like the Bay Area, for example, continues to have a lot of payphones into the present day. New York City, despite the fake news a while back about payphones being removed from New York City, there's actually still a lot of payphones, but indoors, owned by PTS. In New York City. And there's still some even in Philadelphia, actually. So what we see here is another payphone map actually maintained by another fellow payphone enthusiast here in Philly. And so all the blue ones here are the working ones, and the red ones are disconnected or removed payphones. And as you can kind of see, most of the working phones that remain are in the downtown area. There used to be some in West Philadelphia that I use from time to time, but they've since been removed, unfortunately. But if you're in the downtown area, you still have a pretty good chance of encountering one. So actually, just to point out a few payphones that might be a little bit more noteworthy. So this picture in the upper left here, you might actually have walked by this many, many times without really thinking about it, but this is the ramp at 30th Street Station, going up to the regional rail part of 30th Street Station, if you've ever been on that ramp. So you're coming down this long hallway, and there's just all this empty space here. But if you look very carefully, you can actually see the imprint where there used to be payphones all down that ramp, and obviously those have now been removed. But that used to be full of payphones there. In the upper right is the payphone that was the last payphone at 30th Street Station. Amtrak actually had it removed, ordered it removed last October. But until then, that was a payphone that was there and used very frequently by a lot of people, got a lot of users. This payphone is still with us here. It's the payphone just south of City Hall on Broad Street, so that's there if you ever walk by it. And then these phones are at Suburban Station. So these are actually a little bit interesting because it's one of the only places, I think, in the city of Philadelphia where you have two working payphones that are right next to each other. So sometimes that can be a little bit fun. And then finally, you've got the payphone at the 11th Street subway station, which is connected to Jefferson Station. And it's a little bit dirty, but still working. So yeah, so I started out by just mapping these phones and where they were, what their numbers were. But at some point, I asked a question that seems pretty natural, right? What happens if you call a payphone? And back in the day, if you called a payphone, it would just ring because these were traditional payphones that were owned by the phone company. So there's really two types of payphones. There's the older, more traditional, often called dumb payphone. And these are payphones that actually require a special line provided by the phone company. a coin line that provides collect and return voltage and other control signals needed for the phone to operate. And the phone itself isn't very sophisticated. It's still got all the components in there to handle coin stuff, but it doesn't have any processing to determine how much a call is going to cost or anything. That's all done by the central office. In contrast, what we have more frequently today is the what's called smartphones or COCOTs, customer-owned coin-operated telephones. And these actually have a smart board in the phone itself that does all of the coin rating for how much a call is going to cost. It actually handles dialing of numbers and dials them out for you, so it can do routing of calls through least cost routing and things like that. So it's a completely different type of board that's in there, and you can put that on a regular phone line basically, and it will work just fine. So the interesting thing is that these have modems inside them that are used for remote management. So PTS and other payphone providers that have these phones all over the country in the field want to be able to determine what payphones are full and might need to be collected. They might need to send a tech out. If something's not working, then they might want to send a tech out to check on it and visit it. So they want to be able to do all this remotely, and because of that modem, they're able to do that. So if you call one of these payphones, assuming that it has the right type of board in it, instead of bringing the phone and allowing somebody that's there to answer, what you'll actually get is the onboard modem. So I called some payphones at one point and noticed that I was getting modems. So the next obvious thing from there was plug a modem into my computer and see what I got when I did that. And so it turns out that these phones actually have no security whatsoever. So if you dial a payphone, you end up getting a printout that looks something like this. So let's go through this here. So this is actually a real printout from a payphone at some point. And it's broken out into some cryptic-looking strings here. But over time, through getting a number of these, I was able to reverse engineer most of this, and through talking with other payphone collectors, pretty much figure out what all this meant. So the first part is the number of the phone itself in 10-digit format. And typically, this will just be the number that you've dialed. So you can confirm that it matches up with that. But occasionally, the number will be different, usually because of a number change or something like that. And then the next component is the relative amount that is currently in the coin box. And I say relative because the math here is a little bit intricate. So skipping ahead to that last point there. So whenever a tech comes and empties the coin box, it will reset a counter in the phone. But it's actually sort of relative to, I guess, sort of the beginning of time for the payphone itself. So if there were, in this case, $678.05 in the phone, relative to some amount, I guess relative to zero, but rolling over every $1,000 since the phone was installed. So it'll remember that that was sort of the relative offset. And then if you count up from there, you can just subtract that to get the amount that's currently in the phone. So if you do that, this phone had $49.60 in coins in the coin box when it was called to get this printout. The next part there is the firmware version for the actual board itself. So I mentioned that there are different boards in the phone, and so these actually have firmware that's on there that you can update. And so 8822 is the most common model. There's mostly 8000 series firmware deployed today that PTS has. There are some 7000 series I've encountered, but it's mostly that model. The next one I'm not actually 100% sure of. I thought it was some kind of checksum or something, but I think it's probably more likely to be a PIN. Basically the way this works is that whenever the phone is emptied, this number is only reset whenever the phone is empty, but not every single time that the phone is emptied. So that's a little bit interesting there. And then finally, the last part is just the timestamp and local time when the phone was dialed. Pretty straightforward. So I got a few of these printouts. I was really intrigued by them because nobody that I knew of was actually calling payphones and getting these printouts, because, who would, right? So I started dialing some payphones that I knew about in my local area, and, I noticed that the printouts kept changing. I could see, oh, this phone made $3 yesterday, and I thought that was really cool. But, as I started adding payphones that I was tracking, so maybe I was dialing like 10 or 15 payphones, and, that was doable. It takes maybe a couple minutes per phone. And at this time, I was just manually in Hyperterminal, in Windows, just putting the number in and dialing it, and then copying and pasting the printout that I got and saving it. But at some point, that got to be a little bit tedious, as you can imagine. So I did what all good IT people do. I automated it, or at least I tried to automate it. So my first attempt to try and automate this was using AutoHotkey, if anyone here has used that. Some of you might be laughing right now because this is perhaps not the most appropriate solution for this. But it did sort of work. So the way it worked is that I set up an AutoHotkey script that would actually open Hyperterminal and put in the number that it was going to dial from a list of numbers that I had in a text file. It would enable logging into a file in Hyperterminal, because doing that automatically, I think, is a paid feature or something. But you can do it through the GUI, so I had the script do that. And then it would dial the number and save that. And then I'd come in later, and there'd be some text files for each of the numbers that I dial that I could post-process and clean up a little bit. There were a few problems with this. The first kind of major problem was that whenever this was going on, it would basically take over the entire computer. And it wasn't actually even my computer at the time. It was somebody else's computer that I was accessing remotely, connected to a POTS line somewhere. So he couldn't do anything with his computer when this was going on. So tried to have it happen in the middle of the night, but there were other issues, like if somebody came in and even clicked a button on the computer, it'd throw the whole script off and everything would get messed up. So it was okay for a while, but I quickly realized that it was not going to scale. So I ended up doing a complete rewrite at some point using a solution called Kermit, if anyone here has used that. It's actually, I think it's no longer maintained, but it's a project by Columbia University where they have all these utilities for both Windows and Linux for interfacing with modems. And it much better lent itself to automation. So using Kermit 95, I developed a script that could dial a phone number just in the background. And then wrapping it up with a batch script, this could all happen without really interfering with anything else that was going on in the background. So that's the solution that I continue to use to this day. It's not perfect, but there's still some manual steps involved. But it has allowed me to scale this project up to a much bigger extent than it originally was able to. So for those curious, I actually went through and sort of looked at all the data I've accumulated the past few years and tried to summarize it here. So here you can see the average daily revenue of payphones. So this is just using a sample of 447 payphones throughout the United States that I happen to have in my list of payphones that I'm actually able to get printouts from, because not all of them I've been successful in being able to do that. So probably not much of a surprise. There's a good number of payphones. This leftmost bar here is actually just 1 cent. It's basically nothing. So basically a quarter of payphones really don't get used at all. And in fact, looking at some of my logs, you can see that months and months and months go by and they don't have any calls at all. And so you might think that's a little bit weird. The thing to keep in mind, though, is that the way that at least PTS charges for payphones these days is that I believe it's a little bit under $100 basically per month. But if the phone is not making enough money basically to support itself, then they will charge the person that requested the payphone to be there, so the business where the payphone is, or what have you, to actually maintain that. If they don't want to pay for that, then they'll just remove the payphone. Now, in the rare case that it's actually making more than that, PTS will still give you a commission on the phone. And this was much more common back in the day when payphones were just making so much money that is kind of a given that you would be getting a commission if you had a payphone. But these days, that's typically not the case anymore, that you can expect that. But in some busy locations, it is still the case. So 25% of payphones basically make nothing. But that means the other 75% of payphones make something. And that's, I think, one of the key takeaways from this is that oftentimes people have the impression when they encounter payphones that nobody is using them, right? But actually, that's typically not the case. And in this case, I have a lot of hard data where I can actually see that a lot of people are using certain phones, and I can even go and see which phones that might be. So it is still the case that most payphones on their own are not profitable. They're in the less than $1 to less than $1.50, $2-ish range, and you'd probably need to be in the $2-ish range to start to think about being profitable. But people are using payphones, and even in this range, it's still several calls a day. So it isn't nothing. People are using this infrastructure, and oftentimes people just don't think about it. So these are some handy numbers up here that you can call if you happen to encounter a payphone. So as I mentioned, I get a lot of contributions of payphones from around the country, people reporting where they might have encountered one. And I think the most important thing that people can do is get the number of the payphone, because obviously that allows you to call the payphone and later check out how it's doing. If you just have a picture or location, that's good because we can add it to the map. But having a number really helps in terms of furthering our insight into all this payphone usage. So the top number there is an automatic number announcement circuit. It basically tells you what number you're calling from. And it's toll-free, which means from a payphone, you don't have to pay anything to call it. So you can just call 800 and then just dial 4s, and it'll read back the number that you're calling from. So super easy to remember. So if you do happen to find a payphone in the wild, and you have a minute to spare, definitely check it out, see if it works. If you are able to get the number and report it to me, I'd definitely be very grateful, because this is how I've been able to get such a large sample set and continue to get insight into how these payphones are doing. There's also another number that another FreakNet member set up to sort of automatically determine if you're calling from a payphone or not. And it can do that because when you make a call on the public telephone network, there's some information attached about the type of line. So it can tell if you're calling from a payphone, which is oftentimes, well, not often, but sometimes we might get a recording saying your call can't be completed from a payphone if you call some business. Some businesses will do that. And the reason they do that is because back in the 2000s, when calling card services were really taking off, or probably, I guess, in the 90s even, but I think sometime in the late 90s or the early 2000s, payphone providers were complaining that people were using all these calling card services, and because of that, that was depriving them of coin revenue. And so what the FCC ended up doing was mandating a dial-around compensation fee, which basically stipulates that whenever somebody uses a payphone to call a toll-free number, the owner of the toll-free number that's called will have to pay the payphone provider a set fee. So I think it was initially set at 25 cents or somewhere around there, and I think it's 49.4 cents today. So every time you call a toll-free number, the payphone provider is actually still getting something, in theory, through that dial-around compensation. So, if you ever have to call customer service, feel free to do it at a payphone and help the payphone provider out. But that is one thing you can do. And yeah, if you want to email any payphone contributions you have, you can feel free to do it to that email address there as well.
Okay, so eventually Naveen and I had a conversation, and we're doing all this stuff regarding payphones or telephone infrastructure. What if we start our own phone company? Like, not obviously we wouldn't be like Verizon or anything, but can we get phones working and operating and put at least one phone somewhere in public and have people use it? That was the big goal. Can we install a phone somewhere and make it work? So we heard about this project probably even before we even met each other, called Futel. So there was a software engineer out in Portland, Oregon, who noticed that his gardener kept asking to use his phone. And the gardener was having trouble keeping up with his cell phone bill, so he thought, let me just get a payphone and install it right at my front lawn. Like, he had it in his lawn up against the sidewalk, and he just installed it, didn't tell anybody, and saw who used it. And over time, people ended up using it. So he made it completely free to use. He ended up installing more. I think they might have a dozen of them, most in Portland, but they're slowly moving east, so they have some, I think even as far as Detroit. I think they have one set up there. But yeah, we wanted to do the same thing, make it free, do it on the East Coast, and use as much discarded hardware and off-the-shelf stuff as we can. Nothing proprietary. Try to make it as open as possible. So we started to think, who could really benefit from this? So obviously, we thought it was cool. If you haven't figured out by now that we really like payphones and this kind of thing, then yeah. We thought it was awesome, but who else would use it? So we thought about it from like an artistic perspective. It's kind of a cool art project. It's kind of cool, and in like a preservation or museum perspective, like here's a working payphone anybody can use. They can interact with one if they've never seen it before. But also we looked at the demographics, and there are still a lot of people, especially in Philadelphia, that don't have a cell phone. So the oft-quoted number is I think 97% of people in America have a cell phone. And if you just look at the census for Philadelphia, the numbers work out so there's at least 50,000 people in Philadelphia who don't have a cell phone. And that's just documented people in the census. That's not even considering homeless people or undocumented people. So there's still a huge amount of people who could actually benefit from payphones. And even Naveen himself does not have a mobile phone. Never had one. So he's talked numerous times about back in 30th Street Station, he would go there to use the payphone. There'd be a queue of people behind him trying to use the phone. So they still get used. So this is the first payphone I got. I got this when I was a teenager, and I had no idea what I was doing with it, so I put it in my parents' basement for 15 years and then resurrected it last year. But this is a CoCot. So as Naveen said, this is one of those smart boards that does all of the coin rates on the phone itself, not back at the central office. So as you can see, on the left-hand side, we have the actual board. So this is a Protel board. There's 4 big smart board companies. There's Protel, Alcatel, Earnest, and Intellicol. And yeah, Protels and Alcatels are your more common ones. But all the CoCots have the same basic layout of the board on one side, coin acceptor, validator on the other side, and then a relay at the bottom that determines if the coin goes in the coin box or coin return. So it's pretty modular. You can really easily swap in and out components. If we look at a more traditional payphone, one that would actually use a coin line, you're going to see a lot of the same stuff. So coin acceptor, dumb board in this case, relay at the bottom. It's all pretty much the same. I always equate it to like working on a classic car where you know you're going to have the carburetor here and everything just kind of makes sense. It's not too complicated. Yeah, so I have this phone, but what am I going to do now? They have, as I said, the Protel Smartboard. That requires Windows 9X or DOS. It's archaic software. You had to be licensed to use this software. Even if you get it running, people say, oh, you need to have bare metal for the serial port. You can't do it emulated. Other people said you need a proprietary modem. So that was too much for me to try to figure out I set myself a goal by the end of the year last year, let me get this phone going. I think this was August. I was thinking, okay, let me get this phone going. So I abandoned that whole smartboard idea, and I learned about this. So this is a 2110V coinless board. So you can still buy this today, payphone.com, great for your payphone parts. Yeah, so this is a dumb board in the fact that it's not a smart board, but it's also not like one of those standard older payphone boards. This just makes your phone act like a regular landline house phone. So these aren't actually made any longer, though they're still for sale. So this isn't going to be a permanent solution. I'll talk a little bit about that later. But this is a pretty good drop-in replacement for your payphone to get it, just so you have your RJ11 modular jack, you plug it in, and it behaves like a phone. So here it is actually installed in the one payphone that we have up and running. And yeah, it just goes right onto the back of the keypad. And people always ask about the paper towel tube. And that's because with the board, the coin acceptor, basically it doesn't fit, the housing doesn't go together with this board and the coin acceptor. So I took out the coin acceptor, but I still want coins to be able to come in and not like short out anything on the board. So paper towel tube was the easy fix, yeah. So for actually having this phone connect to something, we need to set up infrastructure. You can't really get POTS lines anymore. Sure, we could piggyback off of like Verizon or something, but wouldn't it be cool if we also tied into our own network so we had access to different services, other numbers, stuff like that? So we came up with this solution. If you were at Whopper last year, you might remember having a little box and a red rotary phone around. This is basically the same thing. So if I go in further here. So the main, I guess you could say workhorse or key part of getting this phone connected is the GrandStream ATA. So this is an analog telephone adapter, and the best way to think of it is like a converter box between your traditional phone line and IP. So it speaks SIP, which is sort of the de facto protocol for voice telephony over the web. And yeah, it basically acts as a client up to our SIP server, which we'll talk about a little bit later. But one of the great things about these boxes is that Naveen's actually registered as, I believe, a vendor with GrandStream.
Yeah, and actually anyone can also do that.
Yeah, so anybody can register as a vendor with GrandStream, and you have remote access to these. So you can push config to them immediately. You don't have to be on site. So it makes everything pretty easy, and they're fairly inexpensive. They're about 30 bucks used, maybe a little bit less. So we also have a GL iNet router. This actually acts as mostly like a wireless bridge and a VPN client back to our server. For some installations, we don't even need this because that GrandStream device supports OpenVPN. And if we're hardwired into like the local area network wherever we're installing this, we're good to go. But this lets us do pretty much any sort of configuration. So if we're using like an older ATA, let's say we have something, SIP hasn't changed much, so we have something ancient like from the early 2000s, this will do the VPN for us. If we don't have Ethernet, this will do the Wi-Fi for us. So it sits in between and makes things a little bit easier. If we wanted to do something where we don't have network access, we can use hotspots. So this is by far the cheapest and still most reliable hotspot I've found. So T-Mobile used to give these away completely for free when you got service. So they're all over eBay. And they work stock with T-Mobile or any carrier that piggybacks on T-Mobile, which is a lot of the pay-as-you-go providers. You can do a SIM unlock with just this simple one-line command. And then you can also route them fairly easily, and you can get into all of like these service and technician menus, and you can change all the frequencies and all sorts of complicated stuff that I haven't even really looked into, but very hackable piece of equipment, very cheap. So yeah, putting it all together here, starting at the bottom, we have our phone connected to the ATA, connected to the router. So that gives us our local VPN network. We're going over some sort of internet connection. We don't care, up to the internet and then back to our server. And we do that for the routing of calls. And then from our server, that's how we can go out to the PSTN and make actual real-world placeable or real-world routable calls and also have calls come into us.
Yeah, so we've been talking a little bit about this SIP server that we've been using, but let's dive a little bit more into that now. So what we're using for that actually is Asterisk, which I mentioned earlier and maybe some of you have heard of. But Asterisk is a really widely used open source PBX and more broadly communications platform. So a lot of enterprises use it for their business phone system, things like that. But it's a really flexible piece of software that's also really easy to hack around with, as I mentioned, from the developer perspective. So here you can see sort of some of the things that it does. So obviously our ATA will connect to Asterisk using SIP. So SIP is actually just for the control signaling, but the audio itself will go over RTP. But you can sort of think of them as coming together. And then Asterisk will also speak SIP with a VoIP provider that will actually provide for inbound and outbound calls from the public switch telephone network. So that means you can call the payphone from any other public phone, and you can also call any other phone in the US from the payphone, or whatever we have connected to it. So that's all completely pluggable. You can use whatever provider you want there. All you need is a SIP trunk setup, essentially. And then Asterisk itself also supports a lot of other protocols. The SIP is just one of them, but it supports other protocols. So EEX2 is another lesser used protocol these days, but still somewhat common for trunking between Asterisk systems themselves. So the original use case for this was large enterprises that might have PBXs, phone systems, throughout the country. It wouldn't really make sense to make calls between the systems over the public telephone network when you just have the internet. So EEX is a really nice protocol for trunking calls between Asterisk systems in an optimal way. So basically giving you free calling between all your branch offices. But today it's also used by a lot of hobbyists and telephone collectors who themselves have Asterisk systems at their house or for their own phones, trunking calls between each other. So there are different networks such as FreakNet, which I'll talk about in a bit, where hobbyist telephone collectors can actually call each other. And this is basically how it works using the EEX protocol. And then finally, we've also got the more traditional telephony protocol. So this is actually the DOTI channel driver, which is a little bit of a funny name, but that's the acronym there. And this is what you'd use for actually connecting physical telephony cards to your telephony server in a PCI slot, either for direct phone jacks or for maybe a T1 interface that you can connect a channel bank or something like that to. So talking a little bit about FreakNet, which I've mentioned a couple times. So this is a hobbyist telephone network that I got going a couple years back. And the idea behind it was to basically try to recreate, emulate as much as possible the old telephone network as it worked and as it sounded, as it felt, basically. Try to create sort of an immersive experience for users. So obviously, the pre-calling between different FreakNet switches is certainly integral to how it all works, but in trying to make it a more encompassing thing. So a lot of this is stuff that was more common back in the day, I suppose. But for example, you can call 0 and get an operator, talk to directory assistants. But there's also things that might be a little bit more appealing to phone freaks, such as being able to blue box or red box like back in the day. So I'm not going to dive too much into that here, but blue boxing basically being if your call was going over a 2600 hertz controlled trunk, you could just re-seize that trunk with 2600 and reroute your call. So this resulted in a lot of toll fraud back in the 60s and 70s. You don't see it on the public network anymore thanks to out-of-band signaling. But you can still blue box on FreakNet because we've got these 2600 hertz controlled trunks. Red boxing was for payphones specifically, so I'd be remiss not to mention that. So with the single slot payphones, the 3-slot payphones just had gongs in them. So there was never really any automation for that. But throughout the 70s, as automation came in, they actually had machines that would listen for the tones generated by payphones when you put money in them. And people figured out it was very easy to just recreate the tones and then fool the switch into thinking that you deposited money. So that's what a red box is for, fairly straightforward. And we've got coin trunks where people can hook up their payphones and also red box their phones if they want to. So interesting stuff like that. This is another component of the system. So we have a mock billing system, essentially, where for all the calls that are placed on the network, particularly long distance, they're all ticketed and stored in a system where at the end of every month, we actually issue a bill to all of our users, showing them exactly how much their calls would have cost back in, these are using 1977 rates. So thankfully, I don't have to pay that bill at the end of the month, because this is all just for fun. But it does provide some interesting perspective into the way that communications have changed. And back then, certainly, you would have been thinking very consciously about making these calls if you were doing that. But this is just a nice, fun aspect to all of this.
Yeah, so as Naveen said, we had FreakNet. We have the payphone. It's pretty trivial to connect it to the PSTN, so you can make calls out, you can take calls in. But we integrated FreakNet with PhilTel, and when we installed our first phone on December 17th at Iffy Books, it's a great bookstore in Philadelphia, we had a party, essentially. A lot of hackers showed up, some old freakers showed up, Dan ordered pizza, it was a great time. But yeah, we had people, of course, calling yourself is novel, calling the payphone is novel, but then people really started to explore some of the FreakNet connectivity, and we had people there blue boxing the payphone. We had people red boxing the payphone, exploring all these numbers. So yeah, it was a great time. And then that day, I actually learned that Iffy Books was moving somewhere else in the building in like 2 weeks, so I had to redo the whole installation by myself 2 weeks later. But yeah, don't worry, it's fairly easy to reinstall a payphone. Yeah, so when we announced that we were doing this, we thought we would be pretty much the only people that cared. And somehow the news picked this up. There was some like small online Linux magazine that reached out to me to ask me a couple questions, and then word got out, I guess. So like CNN, Washington Post, The Inquirer, a bunch, NPR, like it's weird getting cold called by NPR. But yeah, just all of these different news outlets wanted to cover this phone, and it was wild. We didn't think anything like this would happen at all. But yeah, it seems like it really struck a chord with people, and it was cool. I know you're never supposed to read the comments on like news sites, but I peeked a little bit, and there were so many people who were like, wow, what a great idea. Like, you're making all this free for people to use, how fantastic. And then people started getting in contact with me saying, hey, I have this payphone I've been doing nothing with for 30 years. It's taking up space. I was waiting for the right person at the right time. Do you want it? And of course you say yes. Don't even ask for pictures. And people started sending me stuff. So really cool that there was just so much support. And I don't really even recall any naysayers. Nobody told me that this was stupid. So I guess I was doing something right. I don't know. But yeah, going more towards the future, we want to do more installations. So getting that first phone working was definitely a challenge. And then after doing so, there was tons of people who now say, we want a phone, but there's all this back-end legwork we sort of have to do. Can we make everything stable for more phones? We probably should have some sort of logging mechanism so we know if something breaks, stuff like that. So all of these blue dots are people who have said they want phones. And then the purple dots are places where somebody's told us, hey, this place could probably use a phone. But yeah, we haven't actually made that contact with them yet. So there is interest, and we hope to start sort of filling that out once we make sure all the new hardware we've got works and that we have enough logging and everything so that if something breaks, we know it breaks so we can go fix it. We also want to get a free COCOT programming line set up. So I mentioned that Protel board. We've been making strides to actually have real hardware to run the software. We've gotten other versions of software that some kind people have archived for us. And basically, we're trying every combination of things to get this software running either on real hardware, virtualized. Those proprietary modems I was talking about, I've got 2 of them. One of them works, but I tracked them down. I got 2 of them. We're going to make something work with this. We're going to have a free number, so any of those people out there with payphones in their garages with these old smart boards you can't really do anything with, we're going to try to get a free line so they can actually do something with them. But yeah, that also leads into the sort of archaeology and preservation aspect. It's cool to be able to go up to one of these phones and connect on something like FreakNet and do all sorts of these tricks you could do back in the 70s and 80s. But it's also cool to kind of be a repository for software that you can use to configure these phones. Or if somebody donates a board, we can take the EEPROMs off of them, get a copy of that so that in the future somebody wanders along, I have this old board, the ROM is bad, oh, we have the ROM for you. So it transitions a bit into living museum as well as we get all of this stuff, and we can help other people who want to do the same thing or just want to get their phone in the garage working. And that's it.
Awesome. We have about 10 minutes for questions. Please use the microphone up front if you have any questions.
They're speechless. All right, cool. Yeah, we are upstairs in the chill room. We have a whole bunch of phones there if you haven't seen yet or heard yet. So yeah, if you have any questions that come up or you want to know any more about any of this, we are up there for the rest of the day, so find us.
Morning, everyone. Can folks hear me in the back? I can't really tell if the mic, no? Okay. All right. Oh, much better. Okay, awesome. Morning, everybody. How's it going? I am here to talk about Cyber Fusion Center for a little bit. So this is somewhat of a new concept in cybersecurity blue team, although as we'll discuss, it's actually not a really new idea. It's just sort of being repurposed. I'm happy to take questions during the presentation. In reviewing my material, I recognize that I go down some, I make assumptions that people are very familiar with security operations and security defense, and that might not be the case, so I'll do my best to try and back up and explain stuff, but if I say something that you don't quite understand, feel free to interrupt me. I'm more than happy to go back and talk in depth about any of the particular topics in this presentation, and I'll keep an eye out. For the people that are watching on the live stream, I'll go ahead and repeat your question so that you don't have to come up to the mic. As long as I can hear you, it should be good. So, first of all, I used to talk and present a lot pre-COVID in person, and this is my first in-person presentation since the pandemic, so I really appreciate the opportunity and the invitation from Russ and everybody else that made this possible. This feels like coming home, being able to come to an in-person convention and talk about cybersecurity and hacking and stuff like that. This was definitely a huge part of my career pre-pandemic, and things really got thrown off. I'm really pleased to see that B-Sides Philadelphia is coming back this year, and it seems like we're starting to pick back up in the scene here in the region. So appreciate this opportunity, and thank you all for being here and making this actually a possibility and happen. So who am I? My name is Justin Klein-Keen. I used to go by the hacker handle Mad Irish, but that's kind of gone by the wayside. If you Google Mad Irish, you'll find me though. I've been in cybersecurity for about 20 years. I started my career as a software developer before cybersecurity was really a thing that you could do. Moved into red teaming from there, doing a lot of application security, so very involved in OWASP Philadelphia for a little while. Spent most of my career in higher education and healthcare, working for University of Pennsylvania, Mainline Health, Penn Medicine. Before I went to the dark side, I started working in consulting, which is why these slides are such trash. I have to make pretty slides for a living, and I just didn't want to do it. So it's all just going to be black and white, no pictures for the most part. I actually left consulting and went to work for Facebook, which became Meta, which was a horrible decision on my part. I regret it every day of my life before coming back to consulting. So that's what I do professionally. I lead a global security operations center, actually a cyber fusion center for a consultancy. So we provide security operations monitoring, incident response to global Fortune 1000. My team does full 24/7, 365. I've got folks in India and in Prague, as well as full remote here in the United States. So I used to be very hands-on hacky, and after I sort of moved into management, my focus is turned mainly towards like hacking systems and organizational dynamics rather than actual bits and bytes. So a lot of the content of this talk comes out of my experience doing that, organizing teams, organizing cybersecurity defense. I've been doing Blue Team for about the last 10 years. So monitoring and incident response, digital forensics, malware analysis, that kind of stuff. And also had a lot of experience doing purple teaming, which is sort of open book adversary simulation. If you've never heard of purple teaming, it's a blend of red team, offensive, hacking, attacking, blue team, which is cybersecurity defense. In a purple team exercise, what you're doing is you're simulating attacker activity with participation from both the attackers and defenders, so your red team and your blue team, and you use that to evaluate your cybersecurity defenses to make sure that the investment you've made in cybersecurity tooling is actually paying off, right? That like your phishing prevention software actually stops phishing, and that your endpoint detection and response actually prevents malware from detonating, that kind of stuff. So mainly focusing on Blue Team and trying to incorporate a lot of the lessons that we've learned and make Cyber Fusion sort of the next generation of Security Operations Center. So if you've ever heard of SOC, a Security Operations Center, this is sort of the nucleus of cybersecurity defense. Typically, you have some infrastructure at its most basic level. You have some sort of log aggregation tool that is collecting logs from the entire enterprise. You have some sort of endpoint agent that's running on laptops, on servers, on endpoints that's collecting a lot of these logs and forwarding them to the log aggregation server. And then you have some sort of detection capability, right? So you're inspecting the logs, looking for signs of anomaly or potentially malicious behavior. At the higher end of these kinds of solutions, you can have a commercial SIEM tool, security incident and event monitoring tool, SIEM. Something like Splunk or Microsoft Azure Sentinel is a strong competitor these days. Those solutions are typically very expensive. Normally only enterprises can afford them. And you might have some sort of an open source type version like an Elk stack, which is doing pretty much the same thing. And then you have an endpoint detection and response tool, an EDR tool, something like CrowdStrike, Microsoft Defender. These are all just basically agents that are sitting on the endpoint. They're supposed to be like next generation antivirus. They're looking for malware or signs of anomaly, strange user behavior, that kind of thing, and sending signal, what we call telemetry, up to your SIEM tool. And then your SIEM tool is actually just looking at all of this telemetry, and as an operator, you can deploy detection rules that inspect every new log that's coming in, parses it, and looks for patterns that are indicative of malicious behavior. Something like, hey, this user just tried to log in 5 times inside of 1 minute, and each time the password was incorrect, right? So we might have some sort of a brute force attempt here. So the SIEM will produce an alert. And then you have SOC analysts, Security Operations Center analysts, that are monitoring sort of the alert queue and responding to all of these signals. This is a kind of profession that's going to be relatively future-proof because regardless of how advanced your detection engineering or your algorithms or, God forbid, in the future, your artificial intelligence is, users do funky things with computers, and so it's very difficult to get a high-fidelity detection, so one that fires true positives at a rate of like 90 or 100% versus false positives. And so you need your security operations analysts looking through all of these alerts and trying to figure out, is this something that is actually bad, or is this a user just doing some weird thing? My favorite example of this is I worked at a software development shop, and we got an alert into the SOC once that somebody was using DNS tunneling software. They'd installed this package on their laptop and were trying to tunnel HTTP over DNS, which is a fancy way to evade detection. If you're in red team, you might use that to exfiltrate data or to avoid any sort of network telemetry from giving you away. It turned out this was just a software developer trying to get free Wi-Fi on a plane. So, it was like golf clap, well done, please don't do that anymore. But that's the kind of thing that a SOC analyst is going to have to look into whenever you get these alerts. Was this an actual attack? Is this actually something bad? Or was this just some sort of anomalous behavior that we're observing? So bringing it sort of full circle, that is kind of your traditional SOC. Your bog standard security operations center that you'll see stood up almost anywhere. And they can vary in sort of scale and scope and technology sophistication. But looking towards the future, a lot of people in the industry are trying to think about what is the next generation of SOC, right? How do we do a better job at detection and response? There's sort of been this maxim forever that the bad guys, the adversaries, the red team, they only have to be right once. But the blue team has to be right 100% of the time. And it sort of comes from vulnerability management programs where you have to make sure that all of your systems are patched and all of your password standards are up to date. And basically, all of your security standards are applied uniformly across your enterprise. And if you mess up once and the adversaries of the red team find that one deficiency, they're going to be able to punch through and get into the organization. I think that's a little bit of a fallacy. Over my time doing blue team, what I've come to discover is that the blue team doesn't have to be right 100% of the time. They just have to catch the red team messing up once. So as an adversary, if you're trying to break into a network, if you trip any alarm, no matter how small, that will give the security operations or the blue team an opportunity to spot you, right? So one attempt at lateral movement where you, say, port scan an adjacent machine or try and utilize credentials that you may have harvested to access a data center, or one attempt to access a network segment that you're not supposed to, that should trigger an alarm for the Security Operations Center to investigate. And what my team does is they spend a lot of time looking into these small anomalies, which typically are not these huge red flashing lights that, oh my God, something bad has happened, but more like, hey, a user's doing something really weird here, right? Somebody just tried to make a Git commit not using their enterprise credentials, but using their personal credentials. Like, what happened? Why did that happen? Somebody did try to access a resource that they've never accessed before. Why are they doing that? Someone just tried to log in using the Yandex web browser, which we never see ever. Yandex is like Russian Google, basically. Why did that happen? Is that indicative of malicious activity, or is it actually something legitimate? So in order to increase our chances of spotting the one time the attacker messes up, what we're starting to do is adopt this approach to security defense that's aligned to fusion centers. So fusion center is not anything new. It's existed in military and government and law enforcement for decades at this point. The idea of a fusion center is you move certain interested groups historically physically adjacent, right? So you get representatives of different organizations and you stick them in the same office or in the same building. And the intent is proximity is going to facilitate greater interaction, greater communication, and faster responsiveness, right? So that when one entity in the fusion center spots something that might be interesting to another entity in the fusion center, they can just shoulder tap them and say, hey, this is kind of cool, let's check this out. So we're trying to adopt that model to cybersecurity. And if you can think about like an enterprise cybersecurity program, you typically have multiple different departments in that program. And the idea of the Cyber Fusion Center is to try and aggregate all of those departments together in a way that facilitates that communication, that interaction, and ultimately that speed in reaction. And you can do this in a couple of different ways. You can do it sort of organizationally, and you can do it functionally, and I'll talk sort of about both. But there's a couple different approaches to this. It's not hard to do. It doesn't require any budget, really. It can be done at almost any scale. So I've seen organizations where their security defense is, a handful of people, and you could scale this up to several hundred people, where I've seen, financial services especially is very good at doing this at really, really broad scale. Any questions so far? Everybody seems good? No? Cool. All right. So I talked about Security Operations Center, right? This is kind of the nucleus of your fusion center, but there's a bunch of adjacent groups, right, that you might find in a typical security department or a profession. A lot of times, depending on scale, you'll have a single person that wears multiple hats that does a couple of these different things. But these include things that I typically refer to from a SOC perspective as advanced services, right? So this is the stuff that comes following on your alerting and response, right? So your Security Operations Center might get an alert for some activity or whatever. They might escalate it up to a different team to do something like malware analysis, to do cyber threat intelligence research. They might share this information to your threat hunt team to help them contextualize a lot of their efforts. In the worst case, you're escalating to your digital forensics or incident response team because you've actually uncovered something really bad that might have happened and you need to conduct a full-scale response. And then you'll also typically have, a separate security engineering group that's working adjacent to the Security Operations Center, and they might do everything from, just tool deployment, architecture, maintenance, upkeep, all the way to sort of active development, doing things like creating those detection rules I talked about before, refining them, working with the Security Operations Center to understand how well those detections are working or not working with the Purple team to figure out, are these detections actually going to fire in the case that something bad happens. That can be particularly challenging. All right, so we've sort of talked about the adjacency and the response time. What really makes the Cyber Fusion Center tick is understanding inputs and outputs for the various components, right? So one of the first steps that you usually take when you're going to try and put together a Cyber Fusion Center is identifying the various components that you have available to you, and a lot of that's going to be dependent not only on technology and budget, but also on skill, right? Like if you don't have somebody that understands malware reverse engineering, you're probably not going to have a malware analysis component. You might decide you're going to outsource that, rely on another provider, or you might just skip it altogether. So the first thing you want to do is catalog, in addition to my Security Operations Center, which hopefully you have, what are the other cybersecurity defensive capabilities or blue team capabilities that are adjacent? And then you want to understand what are the types of things that become inputs for that capability, and what are the types of things that become outputs for that capability. So for instance, your detection engineering group might be part of your security engineers. These are the people that are writing the rules, and I'll bring up an example of this. As inputs, they might take information from your cyber threat intel team in terms of what are emerging threats, right? What are new threat groups doing? What are new tactics, tools, procedures that they're utilizing? That might be one input into their queue of decision making in terms of understanding, okay, what is the next highest priority detection that I need to write to enhance my overall detection catalog to, advance the capabilities of the Security Operations Center to be able to spot stuff. They might take inputs from the red team, right? You might have pen testers in your organization or just out about who might have discovered new attack techniques, new persistence techniques, new techniques for lateral movement, and you want to feed that into your detection engineering group. And really the list goes on and on. And so every single advanced service and the SOC itself have a number of inputs and outputs, and being able to identify them and to figure out which groups feed their outputs into which other groups' inputs is really what creates the Cyber Fusion Center. Getting this right is tricky. It takes a lot of thought and investment, and if you don't get it right, you can actually, and I'll talk about this a little bit later, you can run into some reverse incentives where you could actually create your Cyber Fusion Center in such a way so that it degrades your overall capabilities rather than enhancing it. So there is some risk in doing this, but in the ideal world, what you're ending up with is a Cyber Fusion Center that enhances the capabilities of all of the component parts. You're also adding to the quality of life of your overall team. You're getting more engagement from your cybersecurity defensive team. You're getting more visibility across the different disciplines, which encourages a lot of empathy and communication as well. And ultimately, we're working towards that faster response. So, I sort of have talked about like inputs and outputs and sort of like from a process flow, how you can integrate the different components of your Cyber Fusion Center, but there's also organizational ways that you can enhance the Cyber Fusion Center. So the most common is to make sure that everybody in the cybersecurity blue team is reporting to the same reporting structure, right? So that you don't have, say, a cyber threat intel team that operates under a completely different part of the org chart than your Security Operations Center, right? Like pulling those two together and making sure there's sort of vertical alignment in the organization can really help to empower the various different components and can help to structurally relay the intent of the Cyber Fusion Center that everybody on blue team should be working together, that they should be aligned and they should be sharing information. Sometimes that's a little bit easier than others. The other thing that you want to do is sort of create an incentive model that aligns to the Cyber Fusion Center. And this can be really tricky. Most cybersecurity defensive programs will have some sort of a metrics component to the program, right? How do we measure how well we're doing? And those metrics can range all over the place. They can go from simple metrics like how long does it take for our security analysts to acknowledge an alert when it fires, right? Do we want that number to be low? Do we want it to be high? If so, why? Why not? You might have your cyber threat intel program has a different set of metrics, and it might sort of be like, how many large threat groups are we tracking over time? So long-term threat actor tracking. How much of that is our intel team doing? You might be able to measure how responsive is our intel team to requests for research, right? If somebody submits to the intel team, hey, I just heard about this crazy group scattered spider and I want to understand like their history, background, are they a threat to us? How rapidly can your intel team respond to that? You might have threat management team that is being graded on, say, how many unpatched servers are there? Or what is the proportion of critical vulnerabilities to low vulnerabilities in our environment? How is that changing over time? It's important to understand that because when you're setting up a Cyber Fusion Center, you want to deliberately create incentive-based metrics that encourage the type of interactions that you're pursuing, right? So the simplest one here is with threat intel, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. Maybe here, yeah. Is with your threat intel team. So your threat intelligence team ostensibly is a bunch of people who do a bunch of research, right? Like they keep an eye on news wires, on open source, on dark web news and outlets. They keep an eye on breaking vulnerabilities, new threat groups. They read the reports from companies like Palo Alto and CrowdStrike, and they try and figure out what are the threats out there and how do I contextualize them to my organization, right? And at its simplest, cyber fusion is most easily to demonstrate with this interaction between that group, that cyber threat intel group, and your security operations center. And cyber threat intel is kind of a fraught field because when it started, probably over a decade ago, what private industries did is they went out and they hired a bunch of people with government or military experience and said, hey, we want to do this threat actor tracking thing, we want to do threat intel, it sounds really cool. We want to proactively identify threats to our organization. So we're going to hire all these ex-NSA, CIA, or military people, and we're going to set them to this task. And unfortunately, the way that you track threat actors in the government is very different than the way you track threat actors in industry, right? Just because APT29, which is a Chinese government-sponsored threat group, is carrying out campaigns across the globe, doesn't necessarily mean that like your business is ever going to be targeted by APT29. Or APT27, or whatever the case might be. And so about a decade ago, there was pretty massive investment in cyber threat intel. A bunch of really smart people got together, formed these big teams at big banks, corporations, that kind of stuff. They do this long-term threat actor tracking. And it didn't take long before an enterprising C-level executive showed up and said, what are you people doing? And the intel team said, we're tracking threat actors. And the C-suite would say, yeah, but why? Like, why do we care? And the intel team would be like, well, I don't know, because they might attack us someday, and if they do, we'll understand. And they all got fired, basically. So there's been, sort of in the last several years, this massive purge of a lot of threat intel teams. And I think what traditional approaches to threat intel got wrong is they didn't use the fusion center approach, right? So we've got, on the one hand, our threat intel team, which you could sort of think as your white tower or ivory tower academics who are doing all this research and tracking and stuff like that. And on the other end, you've got your security operations center. And what are they doing? They're spending all day looking at actual attacks that are happening in an organization, right? Like alerts that are firing, phishing attacks that are coming in, all sorts of different indicators that there might be something bad happening. And if you have the two organizations operating in silos, you're missing a ton of opportunity there. The first thing that you're missing is the security operations center. They operate like firefighters, right? So they get an alert, they investigate it, they close it out. Turn to the next alert, get it, investigate it, close it out. And they're just sort of moving serially through the alert queue. Without much in the way of memory applied, right? Like they don't apply much context or history to any particular alert. And especially because a lot of security operations centers are operating 24/7, you're having things like shift changes. And so you might get lucky and have one analyst who recognizes like, hey, there's a repetitive pattern that's happening here. Like I've seen this alert a couple times, like that's kind of weird, I should look into it. But especially if you sort of think about the breaks in shift and in coverage, it's very likely that you could have a long series of interrelated events that the Security Operations Center never identifies as interrelated. And that's where we can sort of think about the interplay between these two groups, right? So if your Security Operations Center, when they're doing investigations, if they collect indicators of compromise or other pieces of data that might be useful for threat actor tracking, and they submit them to your threat intel team as an RFI or a request for intelligence or request for investigation, the intel team can then take that bit of data, they can first of all log it and store it so that they can query it later, and then they can try and contextualize it, right? They can look up stuff like reputation on IPs or see if, infrastructure that might be used has been reported publicly. They can see if, hey, this email account has been associated with this threat group, and they can begin to create a much more comprehensive picture of what's going on. So I sort of talked about the incentive models here, and one way that you can incentivize this type of behavior is you can actually grade your SOC analysts on the number of RFIs that they submit to the intel team. And you can set baselines and expectations and say, hey, you as a SOC analyst, you're on shift for 8 hours. I expect you to be submitting at least one RFI to the intel team. And if you're not meeting expectations, and your performance evaluation could suffer. On the flip side, you can think of this input stream coming to threat intel from the output of your SOC, and you can begin to grade your intel team on how responsive are you to these RFIs. How do you justify the investment that we've made in you in terms of concrete outputs back to the SOC? And And by incentivizing that intercommunication, you're really sort of forcing that coupling, a tight coupling that creates the Cyber Fusion Center, right? Then the Intel people get used to talking to the SOC people. They're beginning to share information. You know, we're having this cyclical interplay between these two groups. The most beautiful thing about this for your cyber threat intel team becomes if that enterprising C-level executive shows up to the Intel team and says, what are you doing here? Why should we justify your paycheck? The Intel team can say, I'm tracking threat actors that are actually attacking the organization over time. I'm keeping track of what kind of attacks are we seeing. I can maybe compare them to sort of the corpus of public knowledge, you know, and open source intelligence and whatever. So I might, you know, be able to contextualize like, hey, this attack actually came from APT29. Oh God, like we should start tracking them. But operationally, you can basically point to something very concrete for your Intel team and say, hey, this is a valuable investment, and we can demonstrate it. We can produce reports on a regular cadence to show you what we're doing. We can talk about the volume of data that we're tracking and whatever threat intelligence database that we're using. We can talk about how frequently do we see repeat hits and, you know, how useful is that database, if it is at all. Hopefully it is. And ultimately what you want to get to is a point where you're, as the security defense team, going to senior leadership and instead of saying, hey, this week we saw a phishing campaign and it seemed to target the C-suite. Like, that was kind of weird and bad, maybe we should do something about it. With this integrated model, you could instead envision a scenario where you go into the C-suite and you're saying, hey, we received a phishing campaign that targeted executives based on the indicators that we're tracking over time. We know that whoever sent these phishing emails is the same group that sent phishing emails to our organization, you know, last month and 3 months ago. And, you know, we've assigned some fancy code name to them, and we're now tracking these campaigns. So instead of your SOC just being this firefighting operation where you're just sort of responding to these discrete events, you're now creating a much more holistic picture by involving your threat intel team, and you're able to actually contextualize for senior leadership even greater value for the security operations group, because you're now able to sort of say like, hey, when senior leader comes to us and says like, yeah, it's budget time, we need to make sure that we allocate enough funding for cybersecurity defense, what is our risk appetite? What does our risk, you know, landscape look like? You can actually talk to things like this, and you can say like, actually, like our organization, for better or worse, it gets targeted by nation-state threat actors, it gets targeted by advanced adversaries. We have a real problem with, you know, the following types of things falling down, and you know, these are the areas that we can justify investment because you can point back to these kind of complex scenarios where you can report on different incidents that happen. So the SOC and threat intel is probably the easiest example of cyber fusion, but you can start thinking about adding new components to this and how the inputs and outputs for these additional components not only you know, help to bolster your existing capabilities, but really open up new possibilities, right? So I've just sort of thrown in incident response in here. You know, your incident response team might get escalations out of your SOC. Hey, we're pretty sure this is something bad. We need you to go out and, you know, do a remote capture of this endpoint to figure out like what happened here. Maybe we have, you know, a malware sample that we've managed to collect. We're going to go ahead and pitch that to you, and you can sort of see, you could create this cyclical loop between your incident response team and your SOC. Again, you're facilitating greater communication, interaction, and then you're also able to get this third arc from incident response all the way back to threat intel, where the incident response team can operate a lot like the SOC. They can collect data, submit them as RFIs for the threat intel team, and that interaction is really golden, especially if you're dealing with a pretty complicated incident, because your threat intel team is able to async on a lot of the information that the incident response team is getting, archive it, pass it off to other groups that might be supporting security defense, and then pass the results of the RFI back to the incident response team, basically enhancing their capabilities, not just to sort of examine a piece of forensic data and draw up a report for senior leadership, but now again, you're beginning to be able to contextualize, like, hey, this endpoint was compromised, we found, you know, evidence of this type of malware, we submitted that to the threat intel team, they tell us they've seen this before or they haven't seen this before. They tell us that this type of malware is commonly associated with this kind of threat group, and it's you know, we potentially could do some sort of attribution for the attack. And basically, you know, the more you add to this model, the more kind of crazy spaghetti it gets to look, but the more capabilities you begin to unlock. So I mentioned this before, but you know, you have to be careful with these interconnections, because if you're not deliberate about them, you can end up with some anti-patterns or some reverse incentives, ways in which groups end up working together or not working together in functionally producing negative outcomes for the entire organization. You know, we talked a little bit about metrics and how you can use these to encourage this kind of interaction, but there's also sort of anti-patterns that you want to avoid. And I've got one up here, which is like the easiest example to talk about. And this happens a lot when you have these like siloed groups within a security defensive program. So the easiest example to talk about is when you have your security operations center and you have your detection engineering teams, and they operate separately, and they have different reporting structures, and they have different incentive models, right? So in a traditional approach to detection engineering, right, these are the people who are writing the rules that create alerts for the SOC to investigate. A lot of detection engineering teams are evaluated on the strength of their detection engineering catalog, right? Like, how many detections have they deployed and do they support, right? And by pursuing that model, you can end up in a situation where the detection engineers are just trying to crank out detections and don't really care about how well those detections work or function, or if they ever even function. On the flip side, if you ask the Security Operations Center, like, how would you write detections, they have an incentive model where they want to drive down their workload, right? Like, they want to make sure that the alert queue isn't swamping them, so they're going to want to write just really high fidelity detections that ideally never fire, right? And those might be good detections, right? Like, you might have a detection for like Mimikatz was attempted to be installed on an endpoint. Like, there's no legit reason why that should happen. You should have some detection for that, and it should fire if that happens, but that's a pretty infrequent event, right? And so you can recognize here that you have these reverse incentive models, and if you don't address them in cyber fusion, you can end up in a situation where one group is doing something that looks really good for their group on paper, you know, like the cyber threat intel team doing long-term threat actor tracking. That looks good on paper, but functionally it's not useful to the other groups. So in between detection engineering and your security operations center, you really have to force an interaction there so that you make sure that you have performance metrics that represent the function of your entire team, not just the function of the individual component. So you typically would address this challenge with something like a comprehensive detection engineering lifecycle. And so I've sort of color-coded the lifecycle here with the detection engineering team doing the stuff in blue, the SOC team doing stuff in green, but most importantly, the orange stuff. That's stuff that both teams should be working on and should be collaborating on. And it's stuff that both teams should have the capability to like block one another, right? Like, if one team says, no, we don't want to do this, go back to the drawing board and try and figure it out. So this interaction really starts with sort of like your backlog of detections that the detection engineering team has. These are all the things that we want to be able to detect. And multiple different teams might be contributing to this. As we mentioned before, you might have the detection engineering team saying like, hey, we want to develop this detection. Their incentive for developing that detection might be it's quick and it's easy, and like it means I just produced something. You might have the SOC who says like, hey, we want the detection to be developed for this particular reason, right? Like, we want one of these like really high fidelity, really low frequency. And you do got some competing interests there. You also have inputs from like your threat management and your cyber threat intel team, maybe your incident response team coming in for like, hey, we saw this thing in the wild, we really need to have a detection for it. And so the review of that backlog, those presentations, it needs to be a conversation, right? You need all of the interested parties really to be negotiating about like which of these is actually the most important, and you can develop different metrics and algorithms to assist you in that. But after you make that initial determination, yes, this is what we all agree is the most important thing to work on, you pass that to the detection engineering team. They go off in a corner, they cobble on it, they come back and they're like, hey, I've got a thing. Well, you can't stop there, right? Like, you can't just let the detection engineering team just drop that into production, because then you're gonna have a mess. And you need to hold them sort of accountable to the implementation of that particular detection. So you need to create some sort of a way where the SOC has an input to the detection engineering team, and you have a negotiation, you say something like, okay, a detection before it's deployed, first of all, we have to collaborate on how we're going to respond to that detection. We have to write some sort of a playbook or a run book. We're not just going to YOLO it, and when that fires, we'll do our best. And after we agree on that, we're going to have to agree on like, what are criteria for this particular detection? Like, Does it need to fire less than 10 times a day? Does it need to have a fidelity ratio in true positive to false positive of like 90% or above? And again, this is a negotiation, right? Because you might have some detections that are really low fidelity, but you just want it because when it does detect something, it's detecting something really bad. But getting inputs in there is really important for the fusion, for intercooperation, and for making sure that all of these entities are accountable ultimately to the organization. And so you might even talk about something like, when is a detection just going to be turned off? Right? Like if a detection starts firing 1,000 alerts a second, it's just going to automatically be deprovisioned, and your detection engineering team is going to get a page, and they're going to have to go look at that, right? Like if you've proactively done that, you've increased quality of life for everybody involved in this life cycle, because you don't have to have some poor SOC analyst who's like, oh my God, my queue just blew up, and now I'm going to have to stay late and work overtime to address this, because they know if the queue blows up, something goes haywire, engineering's going to get a page, and that thing's going to get shut down. So this is sort of the spaghetti model as it continues to evolve, right? You can think about all of these inputs and outputs and the different types of components in your security defensive team and how they might begin to interoperate and coordinate with one another. And then you can start to think about, well, what are the metrics of performance that I want to utilize to incentivize and encourage these kinds of interactions, right? So you can start thinking about like, hey, my IR team, they go in and they do digital forensics, they do incident response. They'll find stuff that like bad guys are actually using to attack our organization. They might find gaps and weaknesses in my defensive control. They might figure out like, hey, this laptop got compromised because the software that we have like wasn't functioning properly and it didn't manage to stop whatever this happened. Well, that's really useful information for your purple team to have, because then your purple team can go in and create simulation scenarios that recreate whatever it was that happened that created the incident that the incident responders had to come and respond to. Once they've developed those sort of simulation cases, they can work with a detection engineering team and say, hey, we have these simulation cases. We should probably know if a bad guy tries to do this. We know from our incident response team, the last time we had an incident, when the bad guy did this, nobody saw it. And so we got owned. So let's work with detection engineering to try and figure out a way, can we create a detection, and then use that to run a purple team exercise to test if we simulate this adversary activity, does the SOC actually get an alert? Is it the right alert, right? Is it appropriately categorized, high, medium, low? And so you can begin to see now you've taken this incident response team, which in many organizations just operates independently on its own island off somewhere, and like they get images and they get requests to do forensics or investigation. They do them, they write a report, they file it somewhere, and that's the end of it, right? And you now have put them into this ecosystem where they're expected to interoperate with other players in the ecosystem in ways that are mutually beneficial. And so I've sort of thrown threat hunt team on here too, right? So these are the people that are sort of writing queries to go look back through your log aggregation tool, whatever it is, to find anomalies and figure out, hey, was there some bad activity that like slipped through the net that like we just didn't notice at the point in time, and so I'm going to start writing some queries. My favorite threat hunt I ever saw somebody run did result in the browser I talked about, Yandex, which is a Russian web browser. Threat hunters just went in and said, show me any anomalous login activity that only happened like once. Like, pattern out everybody's login activity and find any instance where the pattern only occurred once in like the last 90 days, and they found this end user based out of France that had authenticated successfully to the authentication system using the Yandex browser, just this one time. There was no other indication that anything was weird, and none of the detection logic actually fired, and the threat hunt team dug into it. They coordinated with the incident response team, and they went back and they took a new look at all of the logs there, and what we realized is the account was actually compromised, and somebody had actually successfully logged in, bypassed multi-factor authentication. It was kind of a mess. But we never would have found that if we didn't have the Fusion Center approach, right? If we didn't have incident response available, if we didn't have threat hunt, and if they weren't all surrounding the SOC. So I'd say like the easiest way that you can facilitate this in real life is to, and this is sort of like the minimum viable product for a Fusion Center, you designate one staff person to be in charge of each of the particular advanced services, so like detection engineering, threat hunting, and you might even have one person that's responsible for multiples of them. Typically, your SOC is your greatest source of bodies, just because of the requirements for monitoring and response. You typically have more people in security operations, and what you can do is you can use the security operations staff to facilitate and support all of the other activities, right? So doing cyber threat intel is it's a highly specialized occupation, right? So it's not something that you just grab somebody off the street and be like, ta-da, you're cyber threat intel. However, a lot of the intel research that they do is something that's fairly straightforward and could be taught to somebody like a security operations center analyst. And so what you can do is you can have individuals supporting the advanced services, but drawing on the body of people in your SOC to actually carry out a lot of the less technical, more straightforward components of their particular job function. For instance, like threat hunting. There's a great art and science to writing queries on large data sets, right? Like data science is a pursuit. But as you're developing these hunts, typically what you do is you write a query, you query your log sources, and you come back with tons and tons of results, and some poor human has to go through and manually look through those and see, like, is there anything interesting here, or is this query bad? And make an evaluation, right? Well, that's something that a SOC analyst can do quite easily, and that they'll probably enjoy. So sort of talk about all of these different areas and the SOC, and the reason why you want this interconnection is multifold, and I think I have this on the next slide. But really for your security operations center, which is kind of the nucleus of your fusion center, one of your biggest risks, your biggest threats in SOC is actually a very mundane risk. It's attrition. SOC work can be boring, it can be repetitive, it can be a meat grinder. You're looking at an alert, investigating it, closing it out. Looking at an alert, investigating it, closing it out. Most of the stuff that you find isn't really interesting. Like your typical day, there's no security incident, but you need somebody on deck to look at this. And so attrition in industry runs at about 30% in your typical SOC, right? People become a SOC analyst typically because it's their first career in cybersecurity. It's relatively approachable. Most security operations centers have really tight run books and scripts, so you really just follow the script, do what it says, close out the thing, or escalate it. And it can become in addition to be boring, it can become difficult for a SOC analyst to envision, what's his next step in my career? Like, where am I gonna go after this? And what is the interesting stuff that's happening around here, right? Like, I got into cybersecurity because I thought cool stuff was gonna happen, and I'm a SOC analyst, and I spend my entire day investigating user-reported phishing email that is typically just like mass market spam junk. And that sucks. And by integrating this way, you get your SOC analysts to participate in some of these advanced services, and you give them opportunities to experience the really cool advanced stuff that happens in cybersecurity. You also give them the opportunity to contextualize what it is that they do. They get to see how the outcome of their investigations impacts these other teams, and ideally, if you're involving your SOC analysts, they're getting to do small parts of this. So that's dramatically increasing their overall quality of life. It also facilitates knowledge diffusion amongst your team, right? You no longer have any ivory towers where people do this magical thing off in a corner. They're being forced to train the SOC analysts on how to support them. So they're exposing your SOC analysts to, like, what is the next step in my career? The SOC analyst feels like, hey, I'm learning something new. I'm not just spending all of my day in the queue. You're improving the capabilities of all of your advanced services because now they have access to more resources, more people to do this work. They feel a stronger sense of ownership and interaction with the SOC. Like, typically the SOC is sort of like the bottom of the ladder in your cybersecurity defense, and they get kicked around by everybody. Well, you can't really kick the SOC around if they're responsible for supporting whatever it is that you're doing in detection engineering or cyber threat intel, threat hunting, purple team, whatever the case might be. And so in addition to sort of getting this interplays, these efficiencies, these quality of life, you can see how overall this approach is really just improving your cybersecurity capabilities and ultimately the satisfaction of your team, right? People who are involved in these style teams tend to be more engaged. They tend to have a much longer tenure. You tend to have a lower risk of attrition. When people are ready to move to another team, they're already pre-trained, right? They've already worked with that team. They have the opportunity to try stuff out, right? Like, I can't count the number of times I've counseled people who are SOC analysts who are like, I really want to get into malware analysis. That seems awesome. Or I really want to do red teaming. Pen testing seems amazing. And then you say, like, okay, let's go ahead and do that. And you get that person that opportunity, and they start working in that job, and they're like, actually, this sucks. Like, pen testing is mostly writing reports. I hate it. Malware analysis is really complicated. I'm staring at, like, hex code all day until I'm going blind. I don't like doing this. With the Fusion Center approach, you're giving people proactive opportunity to explore those career paths so that they can help out with the red team in some small way and be like, actually, I thought this was really cool, but now that I'm on the inside, I don't like it at all. And ironically, I really enjoy my work with the threat hunting team. I really like writing really complex KQL queries to dig through Azure data sources. Like, who knew? So So, you're encouraging that knowledge transfer, the diffusion. You're maximizing the potential that as people pursue their career inside of your organization, they're going to find places that they actually like and they understand the contribution. As you have people sort of moving up and out of the SOC into the advanced services, you'll find they're a lot more sympathetic to the SOC, that they're much more open to communicating and interacting with the SOC. And so what had become, what was maybe traditionally the bottom rung of your cybersecurity team ladder, it's now become the nucleus. And everybody understands the value and importance there. You're really elevating the contributions of everyone in the SOC, and you're contextualizing it with all the interplay. The advanced services approach is also helpful for the people who are working in those advanced services, because in many organizations you can run into a problem where you feel like you want to have one of these advanced services, like you want to have a threat management team or you want to have a cyber threat intel team, but you don't know if there's going to be enough work for those people to do. And you might hit dry spells where those advanced services like malware analysis, there's no malware to analyze, like what do they do? With the Fusion Center model, right, because we've already encouraged that interplay, the knowledge transfer, and the interaction, you have the advanced services be able to kind of amoeba-like extend out from the SOC and then be reabsorbed in the SOC. So anytime where there isn't an active incident and your digital forensics and incident response team isn't doing anything, they're coming back to the SOC, right? They're reporting to the same person who leads the SOC, and they're asking questions about, hey, how can I contribute to the overall function of this nucleus and enhance what we're doing as a team, rather than just drumming their fingers and wondering if they're going to get a phone call on a pink slip because we haven't had an incident in a really long time. So you're helping the SOC, you're protecting your advanced services, and ultimately, I hate using this word, but you're really encouraging these synergies between the various components by forcing them to work together. And that's all I got. Any questions along the way? Sorry, I bombarded you with a whole lot of information just there.
Cool. We have about 12, 13 minutes for questions. Please use the mic up front if you're going to ask a question. Thank you.
I can repeat a question too if you don't feel like getting up, but thanks.
Gotcha. All right. So I kind of have a question here. We sort of have you mentioned the SOC threat intel team kind of feedback loop being like requests for information. Mm-hmm. Kind of have a mismatch between a threat intel team kind of operates at the higher levels of the pyramid of pain, and like a SOC team is kind of used to like IP addresses. Yep. So how do you get a SOC team analyst, or just your SOC team in general, to start thinking of things in terms of TTPs versus kind of living in that world of IPs and domains?
Yeah. That's tricky. The easiest way, so the first way really is to like force the submission of RFI. And then the second way is to do some QA, QC, some quality assurance of those RFIs. And to have the threat intel team be able to go back to the SOC team and say, hey, you just submitted a whole huge list of IP addresses, like without context. It's not particularly useful for me. What I'm really looking for is TTPs, these like higher order things that might facilitate my threat actor tracking. And by drawing on SOC resources to sort of enable and assist the threat intel team, you're sort of natively demonstrating to the SOC analyst what happens with that RFI, right? So it doesn't become a, hey, I tossed this over the wall. It's like, hey, when I toss this over the wall, this is what the threat intel team does, right? They first are gonna go to their MISP server, they're gonna look at whatever indicator, see if it's there, then they're gonna do some open source intel research, then they're gonna talk about it, in their trust community. And so now as a SOC analyst, I understand that like, if I just toss an IP to the threat intel team, it's not that it's worthless, but that's the lower rung, and especially if you do this right, you can have the SOC analyst toss it over to the intel team as like an IP address as an RFI, and the intel team assigns that RFI back to the SOC analyst and says like, hey, in support of the intel team, we need you to research this thing. And that becomes a really self-correcting system very fast.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Oh, thanks for getting up, making the walk.
So I live in academia as well, and we have sort of a mismatch between what we want the students to be able to do versus what by policy they can do. Like when we talk threat hunting and purple team stuff, we don't have that necessarily in-house unless it's somebody who's just really interested in doing it in their off time.
Yeah.
But we do have student groups that are encouraged through a bug bounty program to let us know what they find, but by policy they shouldn't find anything because they're not allowed to do anything.
Right.
So how do you see organizations sort of take more antiquated, acceptable use policies that say, don't scan anything, and sort of bring that to the future of saying, well, you're allowed to, because in a zero trust environment, you should be able to scan anything and it won't.
Yeah.
Anything up?
That's sort of the traditional dilemma of like if you're doing a pen test and you crash a system, like is
Owns that
right
that screw up.
and like yeah, is that a screw up or is it a finding? Right, like that system shouldn't have failed. Like how did, and so I sympathize with that conversation because I've definitely had it with leadership before where you kind of have to say, well, okay, yes, we're deliberately encouraging some risk by allowing like our students to do like open scanning and maybe pen testing, lightweight gray box testing of some of our applications. But the reality is that risk exists regardless of whether or not the students do it, right? Like by encouraging the students to do this kind of thing, you're gonna have early warning and early detection of these problems, which is where you want to find those issues, not in an incident response scenario where you've just paid Mandiant like $40,000 to show up and say like, yeah, your stuff is broken and somebody found it and they punched through. So definitely sort of sympathetic to both sides. Purple team testing has, in my experience, been a really good entree to that approach where you can basically say, hey, we're gonna take a system that's representative of a live system, we're gonna isolate it, and we're gonna run through a series of tests on that isolated system to figure out, if there might be any problems, right? Because then you've sort of created a firewall between the production system and whatever you're testing. Logistically, that's a little bit difficult. It requires some investment. You have to have some hardware, like that kind of thing. So, but sometimes if you do that a few times, you can kind of encourage people to realize like, hey, these problems exist out here in the wild, and we really want to find them before we have a problem, right? You can also work with your red team or your pen testers. And a lot of times when organizations get a pen test, what they'll do is they'll just sort of scope the pen test and like hand it off to the pen test group and be like, good luck, like enjoy trying to find stuff. If you take a more purple team approach to your red team engagements where you say, actually, red team, before you get started, let's have you sit down with our cybersecurity defense team, and they're basically gonna tell you where all the bodies are buried. They're gonna tell you like where all the unpatched systems are, where all the groups are that are like running old Windows NT for whatever reason, the places where you're going to find the most return for the pen test team is gonna be very interested in that conversation because it makes their job easier, but then it also can help you as a blue teamer to demonstrate to senior leadership like, hey, like when the pen testers knew where to look, like they just got gold, they just ripped through everything. Guess what? We already knew where to look. Like your blue team has that information, and if we can expand the visibility of that blue team by, say, using students as sort of the eyes and ears, we might have a much better understanding of what our overall risk landscape is and whether or not that matches to tolerance.
Do you see a lot of people outsourcing those sorts of, those side circles out to AI and just log ingestion, like, hey, look at our logs.
No, this is an unpopular opinion, but I don't think AI threatens our field at all. I think it's an efficiency tool at this point, so it makes everybody's job a little bit easier, but I don't know that the humans.
A bolt-on that the
Yeah.
vendors sell.
Yeah, I mean, so like when you're working in Security Operations Center, like you can use AI to basically say like, hey, I see, like Clippy, right? Like I see you're looking on an alert of atypical travel. Here are 50 things that I would tell you should look at in order to make sure you have a comprehensive investigation. Like that's really helpful. The computer isn't gonna go off and do that for you though, right? Like, and unless you have like a really advanced automation orchestration team, like you're never gonna automate that. You still need the person to run through it, but at least now you have a really comprehensive checklist that somebody's been nice enough to hand you. It also kind of levels the playing field. You can have a brand new SOC analyst or somebody who's very experienced. Experienced person probably knows to do that stuff just based on their tenure. Brand new person, it might not occur to them unless they have the tenured person sitting there, and that's kind of like what AI becomes, is this really tenured person sitting next to you, shoulder tapping you, being like, hey, you might want to check over here, like see if there's a correlation there. But, yeah, thanks for the questions. Yeah.
So I was wondering if you could talk about, you have all these different roles, but what about when an organization outsources those roles to various vendors who may be in competition with each other for, those different meatballs?
Yeah. No, that's a great question. It's not an uncommon problem. I mean, the easiest way that you can kind of solve that, air quotes, is to implement the incentive model, right? To be able to tell your vendors, hey, I'm going to expect certain performance metrics from you that demonstrate interaction with another third party or with a different part of my team. And part of my evaluation of your service delivery is going to be based on that interaction as well. So you could sort of say like, hey, you're my outsourced SOC provider because I don't want to do full 24/7, but one of my requirements is I want you submitting RFIs back to my Intel team or even to a third party Intel team, and I want you to present those metrics on a weekly or monthly cadence to me, at the very least during quarterly business review, to say like, hey, I have these expectations as a customer, justify that you're providing the service that you advertised, or you know, ultimately you can try and build that into an RFI in the very front end of the vendor selection process to sort of weed out like which vendors, because you're going to find some vendors who are like, yeah, no, I just don't do that, right? Like that's just not part of my price tag, and you want to know that ahead of time and figure out like if there's some way that you could get clever to end run it. But yeah, that's hard. That's really hard for sure.
Thanks.
Yeah. Anybody else? I think I'm running right up against lunchtime here. All right, well, if there's nothing else, thanks a bunch. Appreciate it. Thanks for coming out. Thank you.
Mic test. Yep, okay. Hopefully I don't need my glasses. So, welcome to Job Hunting in the Strange New World. I'm Brian Martin, your host, and I'll be talking about job hunting for everybody that's looking for a job one way or another. And if you're not actively looking for a job, you should be, and I'll tell you all about why you should be during the talk. I do have an extensive amount of notes. This is from a much longer presentation, a day-long presentation that has been chopped down to a 1-hour quickie, so I will have to refer to my slides. Sorry about that, it's real techy. It happens. The job market that we find ourselves in today, depending on who you are and where you are in your personal arc, is much different than it has been in the past. Things have been changing radically and rapidly, and things are weird now. Which is what prompted me to start talking to people about how to enter the job market. When I was teaching in college a long time ago, I had kids coming to me asking me, how do I get into information security? What do I do for my technology? How do I get in? And they would tell me stories about the assistants that they dealt with for career advice and what they were being told that was just plain wrong. So I started coaching and getting into helping people enter the job market in a more graceful fashion. And it turns out that that has gotten more and more important as time has gone by. Now we've got professionals that find themselves suddenly out of work, reminiscent of things that we went through in the 70s and 80s when entire industries shut down. Was anybody else in here affected by the tech layoffs in the last 2 years? Yeah. It was quite brutal, and if you do the math and go back and look at the numbers, we lost over 350,000 jobs over the course of 18 months, and that went largely unremarked on by media. They would note that Facebook was laying off 10,000 people and Microsoft was laying off 7,000 people, but they never aggregated it and mentioned that, oh shit, this is bad. And people were on the market for a lot longer and had to change jobs and re-examine what they were doing professionally and started coming to me, asking me questions about this stuff. And then it happened to me. And I was like, oh, this is interesting. I never have once in my life been out of work for any length of time. And all of a sudden, I'm like, why can I not find a job? There's all these jobs listed. What is the problem? What's going on here? And so I started digging into it, and as a result of that, I put together a lot of this material, changed what I was given to the kids and the people on the job market, and if you follow this plan, you will find a new job. I'll also tell you why it's important for those of you that have a job to be thinking like this. Why is my clicker not working now? Yeah, I mean, I can do that. Who knows? Magic. So this is the outline of what we're going to talk about. It's pretty basic. The agenda is fairly simple. We're going to do about 10 minutes per section, so we'll burn through them. There are numbers on each slide. If you have a question and I don't see you, or you don't want to ask it right now, just wait till the end. Just remember what the number of the slide was you had the question on, if it's important. The typical bit about me, I've done a lot. I've worked in multiple verticals at expert level over decades in all kinds of different environments, including Europe, the military, government, private, nonprofit. I'm all over the place, which gives me a very unique perspective on how a lot of this stuff ties together. I would very much like to save anybody in the process a lot of time and agony that comes when you're engaged in this particular market. So hopefully this will help. I'm on LinkedIn if you need it. Feel free. Everybody should try and expand their network every opportunity they get, preferably with valuable people. I like to think that I'm somewhat valuable. I know him, he's very valuable, so. But some caveats about what I'm gonna say here. This is opinion. It might be experienced opinion, it may be great opinion, but it may not apply in your circumstance, and it may not jive with what you think is more appropriate. So take everything that I say with a grain of salt, and understand that not everybody has to have a resume. That's a very rare situation, and since you should just have one. But you don't have to. Sometimes jobs just fall into your lap. That's the best kind of job, I think. But nothing in here is set in stone, and there's no laws. But not following a process, a typical process, is a very rare situation. So I encourage you to follow some kind of process, even if it differs from what I have here. So the first thing that we're going to talk about is the preparation aspects of it. You will get the best results from preparing for this operation ahead of time. The worst situation to find yourself in is being suddenly and unexpectedly on the job market with no preparation. We all know that we should have, well, hopefully we all know that we should have some savings. How much savings should you have in case of a problem? Anybody? 6 months, good round figure. You should have 6 months. What if that's not enough? Whose couch are you gonna sleep on? Are you gonna be able to pay the mortgage? Where can you get more money? How do you tap into your IRA? Is it legal to tap into your IRA? All of these different contingency aspects of, oh dear, I have a problem, can come up and be very important to know about before they become an immediate problem if you're going to maximize the opportunities. So in order to do that, we're gonna need to get some baseline facts about ourselves and other things in order. And tracking the data and making sure that you manage it appropriately is one of the ways you can ensure quality progress through the process. So first we have to know ourselves. What kind of work structures do we like? Do we like bureaucracies? Do we not like bureaucracies? Some of us hate bureaucracies. Other people thrive in them. Can we work in a startup environment? Startups are brutal. I've done 4 of them now, at least 4. Longest 72-hour days I've ever lived. Sleeping under your desk to roll a version is a real interesting experience. You got to put the equipment somewhere. Can't sleep in a server rack. Another big difference is, do you like the city life or don't you like the city life? And another big differentiator is, can you self-direct? If you cannot manage your own affairs adequately and you need an external structure, then you're gonna have to work for somebody else. Trying to work for yourself or being like, I'm gonna start up a consulting company, that can be quite the shock if you've never done it before and you don't have good advice, because it is brutal. You are the boss, you are the worker, you are the person responsible for making payroll, and when you don't do that, there's nobody else to blame but yourself. Kind of sucks sometimes. But relocation is another big one, because most of the jobs are where? They're in the cities. Well, we can all work from home now, can't we? Ha ha, the last 6 months have put that one to bed, haven't they? So we're all back in the cities now, well, most of us. There are some tech jobs that are remote. There are some sales jobs that are remote, that will always be remote. There's bugs in here. So there are things, adjustments that you can make to your lifestyle that fit into whatever it is that you want to do. I know a programmer who is also in the Forest Service that sits on top of a mountain watching for fires and programming on the side. He makes about 10 times what the Forest Service pays him as a programmer, but he gets to live in like a Yosemite type environment, which is probably really cool. He digs it, so good for him. I will not relocate. That drastically limits what I can do, the jobs that I can apply to. I have a commute limit. That's an internal thing that I impose because of my family needs. Theoretically, I could uproot everybody and we could move to someplace else, but it would be very painful. When you're young and the opportunity presents itself, I encourage you to travel. I spent 10 years in Europe working for different companies and businesses and stuff, and it was a wonderful time. On the other hand, there's also limitations like licensing. I can't be an airline pilot, not because I'm incapable of being one, but because I don't have a pilot's license. This is another aspect of things that I could change if I really wanted to. I'm not going to go to that much effort to become an airline pilot, plus it doesn't pay that well. But the limitations that we create in our minds affect what we can do and what we can't do, and it's good to be aware of what you're imposing and what's imposed upon you. You can chart all of this stuff and put values on it. For example, when I'm looking at jobs in New York, whether it's upstate or on the islands, I can assign values, I can input figures for commute costs, parking costs, hotel costs, different things, and I can determine just looking at a job before I even apply if it's cost effective. This is another thing that it's good to be prepared about ahead of time so that you know, I can actually fly on a commuter airline to San Antonio and work in San Antonio full time, and it's cost effective. That expands your market of opportunities. So figuring out your place in all of this is not just about where you want to work, but also what you want to do. Knowing that professionally, geographically, maybe you're a skier, maybe Utah is like, yeah, boy, I want to work in Utah. Great, go. Enjoy the ski life. There's plenty of ways to make that work. But maybe you want to work in the Dominican Republic, like I did over COVID. While everybody was trapped in their house, I was in the islands with a coconut on streaming meetings, having a grand old time, because they were open. Why not? And costs were ridiculously low. Being flexible, mobile, remote office, that sort of thing, you can take advantage of those things when they happen. So that's one benefit to that. So when you know yourself, you can start to figure out more of where you're going to fit into all of this. And if you narrow it down professionally and geographically, you'll be able to reduce your search set to something that is useful and that you can act on. You can use search tools and your network to help you identify additional professional targets. But, I mean, does anybody in here not know how to Google the top 10 bread manufacturers in America? I mean, that's the kind of thing we're talking about. Where do I want to work? Okay, I know that. Great. Now Google, who are the top 10 in this industry? That's pretty much all you need to know to get your top 10 application targets, right? Software, hardware, things like that. It all works no matter what you're doing there. Another thing to consider before starting out is that this is an endurance event. The best time to be looking for a new job, hands down, is while you still have your old job. The best time. And because of the uncertain nature of business and life in general, it's always good to maintain this sort of outlook and awareness of where jobs are while you're still employed. And have that, because you never know, an opportunity might just drop into your lap. You're like, oh, I wasn't really looking for a job, but they offered me twice as much money. Go. All of these slides are available on the share that you'll see at the end, so you don't have to take pictures. But you may feel pressured about finding a new position. Don't rush to judgment. Don't leap into the first thing that comes along. Some of us, when we suddenly find ourselves unemployed, we're like, I gotta have work, I gotta get a job. And we take the first thing that comes along that even remotely matches, and then we get in there and we find out it's a nightmare. And now we're stuck there. We may have changed part of our life to make it work, whatever, but now you've imposed a new set of limitations upon yourself. As long as you're comfortable with telling that employer after 6 weeks that you're leaving, not a big deal. But if a friend gave you an advantage there, someone in your network said, yeah, I'll hook you up. Now, if you leave after 6 weeks, you're going to be burning that bridge, or at least making it very unfriendly. So you need to be very aware of your time limits and understand when you make choices that they may have other impacts. Contingency planning. We talked about the financial needs. Okay, so one of my favorite quotes to use in all of this stuff is this one, save your money. Anybody know where that's from? Huh? No, the quote. Oh, I thought the picture, sorry. The quote's from, you don't know where that quote's from? I mean, that picture's from? You say Vallejo. What book was that on?
D&D Monster Manual.
Close enough. Yeah, it's one of the D&D manuals from 3. Might even be 2. It's the old stuff, the original hardbounds. But anyways, that is from a song that I was playing earlier. Never mind. I guess that one will just slip by us. All right, so when you're doing this and you're looking at all these different things and talking about what jobs to apply for and stuff, you need to keep track of certain aspects of it, more or less. I mean, a lot of this comes down to how bad is it? Because if you are employed and you're just doing this casually, then you don't really care about this stuff. And if you just got laid off and you've got 6 months of severance, yeah, we need to be working on it, but we don't need to be working on it right now. Let's go out and have some fun. And then when it gets down to the pinch and it starts to become important and you're like, I've got 2 months of money and bills that are gonna run out then, now you might wanna know what's the most efficient way I can go about doing this process. So little things like how long it takes to get hired, how long it takes to, in particular, how long it takes to parse an application, and we will talk about why that's difficult. If you haven't had to go through this process yet, everybody thinks that they can just go on LinkedIn and pull up jobs and find something that matches and apply for that job. Magic. And if you're lucky, that will actually work. For the majority of us, that will not actually work. If you look at how many people have applied, you'll see this job came out an hour ago, and there are 400 applicants. Wow, that's a lot of people typing really fast. But that's the good news. The good news is that there's 400 applicants for that real job. But you're assuming that it's a real job. So, keeping track of how long some of this stuff takes and where you are in the management tree here is important because it tells you how long you need to be prepared for. 6 months is a nice figure, but if you're in senior management like I am, whoo, baby, that 6 months is hopeful. That's why we're all consultants at this level so that we can do consulting on the side and keep paying our bills. But at the same time, it's like, God, I just need to find a spot. There's less positions open the higher you rise in the hierarchy. Scheduling is also important. The reason that we want to schedule this stuff is because we all have a tendency to avoid things that we don't want to do. And after your second application on LinkedIn, your lizard brain will start telling you that the lawn needs to be mowed and the laundry hasn't been done in 2 days. Because anything is better than going through another applicant tracking system application online, plugging that in. They ask you for your resume, which has all of your information, and then it ignores it. Or it puts it in the wrong places and you have to go back and do it, and it's a very tedious process. So you'll start to have reasons to avoid the job hunt process. Scheduling it, I mean, if you're out of work, job hunting is your job. So this is an 8-hour-a-day, this is what you're supposed to be doing. Back to that whole thing about can you work for yourself, can you be self-managed? This kind of thing can become very important if you need a structured environment. And I encourage you to get external assistance with that, like a spouse or a friend, and be like, how many jobs did you apply to this week? And just keep track of minor metrics like that to make sure that you're making progress and doing things. But now you can also fall into this trap of, look at all the metrics that I did, just like we get in reality, and they're meaningless. I applied for 100 jobs. Great. Were they, legitimate? Or was it just garbage that you applied to? If you don't know the depth and how things are put together below the covers there, then it can sound good, but you're actually just wasting time online playing war games. And if you haven't been there yet, you might, talking from experience here. So how fast you burn out in this process is important, and we're gonna try and establish some structures here to limit what goes into it. Understand your limitations and how much time to spend. Because even though this is a full-time thing, it's not your life, right? You still have got to have a life. I don't care how desperate you are for money, you cannot apply for jobs 16 hours a day, 7 days a week. Just like anything else, you'll burn out and it'll be bad. So you have to take time for family. You have to take time for friends. You have to take that self-care time. You have to look at your care network and get additional, go out to dinner once in a while, even if you're broke, figure out how to make it work. All right, so the most important piece of paper that we're gonna have in this process is the resume. This is effectively a calling card, and yet it is completely unimportant. For starters, you need 2 resumes, at least 2. But breaking down the systems that we're dealing with in this process, we have the humans, like handing you a resume. I bump into you at a convention, and you're like, wow, you do that and you're looking for work. I know a guy. Do you have a resume? Yep, here you go. Whip that sucker out. Put it on your phone, have it on paper. I don't care how you have it, but have a resume, a general resume, that is readily accessible that you can give to somebody that is trying to help you right away. Because if you don't, you will forget their email. They will give you the wrong email. You'll write the phone number down, and that potential good contact will evaporate. And you don't want to take that chance. You need to make these connections the first try. Electronic is great, physical is great, whatever. Same thing for business cards. Everybody should have a business card, even if you're not a business person. It's your contact information. Some people don't like to scan barcodes. Some people don't want to Bluetooth your connection. Whatever the reason is for them not connecting to you like that, make sure you get that connection set up appropriately. LinkedIn's great. LinkedIn is nice, but sometimes you want a little bit more. But the resume in particular, when you're job hunting, is the thing that tells the world what you're up to. But your resume that you're giving to a human is not the resume that the ATS likes. It looks good, it breaks down cleanly, you can use formatting, you can make it a good presentation of yourself. But when you shove that into an ATS, which is the applicant tracking system that everybody uses for hiring these days, it's gonna try and digest that. It does not like bullets. It does not like horizontal lines. It does not like new lines. It doesn't even like the top row of characters above the numbers. So even if you used asterisks for bullets, it is probably still gonna barf. So your ATS resume is going to be like one step up from a notepad file, like raw text. And it doesn't matter how bad it looks, because the only person that's going to see it is the ATS. And the way that you make this work is you put it in, you do the ATS thing, hopefully it ingests it properly and puts the stuff in the right boxes. But once you get all of that straightened out, at the end of the process, you'll have another thing that says, here's your resume, it's attached, and you can attach another file, or you can replace the resume with the one that looks good. Now, when you do that, if it barfs and it says, oh, now I have to repopulate everything because you changed it, I can't help it, man. Some of these systems are just dumber than a box of hammers. Thank you. But that's the way it goes. So you have 2. You have the clean one, and you have the one that you can hand to somebody that looks nice. When you build your resumes, you're gonna build yet another version. Don't ask. I have well over 30 different resumes right now. But the most important one that I have is what's called your curricula vitae, your CV, which is a resume of everything. If you're young, you don't need a CV. You probably don't need a CV. If you're older and you've bounced around a lot and done a lot of stuff, or you're going to court, you need a CV. Or you're academic, you need a CV. This is literally everything of value that you have ever done, ever. And they're useful for our resume constructions because when you apply to a job outside of your niche, you can go back to your CV and go, what did I do that works with this particular application? And when you apply for a job online, you're gonna look at that, what they're asking for, and if it's healthcare, it's gonna be one set of things from your CV, and if it's manufacturing, it's gonna be a different set of things from your CV. And the achievements in your CV may be the same thing, but the way it's phrased, the systems documentation, whatever, it's gonna be 2 different paragraphs that you're gonna give to them depending on what it is. And you can, if you're this kind of crazy about it, you can actually build logic structures that involve all of this different stuff. But you need one thing that has everything you've done, even though you're never gonna show it to anybody, because you'll forget. You'll try and whip out a resume on the fly for a manufacturing position, and you'll forget that time that you built the robotics thing at AT&T. And that might have been the one thing that got you the job. So you want that reference so you can go back and just remind yourself about what your opportunities were and what you did. Page 1 on your resumes is your work history. That's where you worked. It should be a narrative, the more into management that you are, or it should be a skills execution thing if you're still a line employee or somebody who is heads down type. But the more you get into management, the more it turns into narratives and outcomes. That's page 1. And there's only one of those. Don't tell me you're so busy that you've got 2 pages of this, because it's not important. The second page is your achievements, your givebacks, your certifications, and all the other garbage that is not work history. That's it, 2 pages. I don't want to ever see more than 2 pages. I shouldn't see less. But worst case, 2 pages. No one's going to read the 3rd page. As you go through the process, you will end up with a collection of resumes for different things, and at one point you'll probably go like, you know what, I could probably put the vertical stuff all into one. And you may assemble standard general resumes per vertical. Again, it depends on how long you're at this process and how many times you've gone through it. Because it's really handy to have a general healthcare resume, and it's really handy to have a general manufacturing resume if you've got that kind of experience and it fits in there, so you don't have to do it all the time. Now, the people that are on LinkedIn that are putting out those job apps, some of them are not what they seem. In fact, most of them are not what they seem, which is a sad testament, given that LinkedIn is the best opportunity we have for job applications. And even there, half of it's garbage. So there are different people out there that want your data just to get your data, because they're building mining processes. There are body shops that are building resume libraries so that they can make people think that they have access to resources that they don't. There's all kinds of nefarious reasons. The easiest one is just identity theft. Those fake LinkedIn profiles that show up that we talk about in security that the Russian people are using to try and steal our money and our crypto. Where do you think they get that information from? Well, they look at other people's LinkedIn profiles, but you can't see everything. So a real easy way to collect a bunch of information, if I'm trying to drive into a particular market space, is just post a job and put an attractive salary on it and watch how many resumes you get. And now you can build profiles on people, which also is why you never put your personal information in your resume and you don't make that stuff available online, because these guys will use it against you. One of the skills that you need to develop when you're dealing with anything job application-wise online is the ability to tell whether or not it's real. Because applying for a bad one can be more problems than not applying for anything. Once your identity gets stolen, you have to go through that joy. But figuring out if it's real or not can be a tedious process. Some of these fakes are really good. I mean, we've got nation-state actors on there doing this, but that's rare, right? That's mostly rare. What you usually get is amateur hour. Bob from Valadonis.com just posted a job saying he's hiring for Bell & Howell. Well, he doesn't work for Bell & Howell, even though it's got their logo. When you go in, you're like, I want jobs from Bell & Howell. This fly is driving me nuts. And so neither does Valadonis. I just made it up, so you're going to get that domain name now, aren't you? No. So when you look at a job advertisement, you have to first validate whether or not it's real. And that can be tricky. But there are certain low-hanging fruit type deals that you can go through, and this comes back to the optimization of your time slide. Pick the stuff that's easy. If you have any question about it at all, just ignore it for now. If it's great, if it looks like a good opportunity, put it in your queue. And after you've gone through all of the easy ones, which you'll never get through because there's so many, then you can come back to the ones that were a little bit weird, and you can spend some time digging into those. But don't waste a lot of time trying to figure out if something's real or not, if it's not obvious. If it's Bell & Howell and they're not from Bell & Howell and you can't confirm that they are from that company, then just ignore it. Now, AI has gotten really popular in the last couple months, with good reason. Unfortunately, it also has downsides. But for our purposes, it's great when you want to figure out what is important in the job request. So you can copy what's in there. There's places online that cover how to use this. The important pieces that I want to talk about are how to not use it. So you can use it to help construct your resume, and you can Most importantly, use it to practice. When you have a job that you're posting to that you're going to be interviewed through, ask the AI to help you with interview questions for paste this position. And it will develop a list of questions that you can develop answers for that help you respond during the interview process and be good about it. But never, ever, ever use the AI during the job interview. Because if we detect that, you're gone and you're blacklisted. And that's not good. And we can detect that. We don't have to hear the keyboard clicks, and we don't have to see the lag in your response time as you wait for an answer to that question. It's because we already put the questions in as managers, as hiring managers, and we know what we're expecting. And we know which ones are hard and require thought and which ones require work. And if you happen to come up with the exact same answer or something that very closely mirrors what I'm getting from my AI inputs, that's also going to be a problem. That may force me to dig deeper, and you don't want that. Nobody wants to create doubt. So don't use it during the process. It's better to not know the answer and just admit, I don't know the answer to that question. That's the sort of thing that I figure out. I go to my books, I go to my references, whatever. Just understand that you could get asked a technical question that you don't know the answer to. And if I ask you a technical question and there's a lag and then you know the answer, I know you're using an AI. And I have trick questions that I absolutely know that nobody knows, but as a technical person, you'll think that you should, and you will guilt yourself into using the AI to answer the question. Catches them every time. But as practice tools, they are marvelous. I love using those things as practice tools. All right, so making ourselves look better to make the process more efficient. You've got your LinkedIn, keep it clean, keep it accurate, make sure it matches your resume, but what else are we doing here to make everything right? You should be aware of your public image on the internet. So in addition to what's on LinkedIn, if your Facebook profile is still public at this time, there are other issues here that we should address. If you've got tweets out there that may be embarrassing from back when you were in high school, that's probably something that we should get cleaned up. Anything that could potentially come out during the process and interfere with your hiring, even years down the road. I've done some presentations as part of the hacker community that would be referred to in many circles as questionable. Is that legal? Well, yes, if you're working for the government and you're allowed to do that. Anybody else? No. So there can be things in your past that are circulating that you might not like. See if you can get them cleaned up. But by and large, everybody pretty much stops at LinkedIn. They might look for Twitter, they might look for Facebook, and employers are not supposed to dig into your background like that, but they do. So be aware. And if you have stuff like that, get it cleaned up. Now, as a positive aspect here, we do want to encourage you to use this stuff. Use these social media platforms, use them to get content out. Why? Because it puts a polish on you and your place in this particular hierarchy that you're applying to. If you're trying to get into a healthcare vertical, then I better see some posts on your background here about healthcare stuff. If you don't have a history of working in healthcare, but you're telling me you have experience in the sector, then how come there's no material any place in your background on healthcare? So you can prime the engine if you want to change verticals by pushing material content, by pushing content out into social media in the vertical space you want to go to. You want to get out of manufacturing and you want to get into product sales. How many minutes now? Oh, good. So this is one way where you can manage to change verticals, which can be a difficult thing the higher up you go. Especially when you're looking at changing whole career fields, you want to prime that engine by getting some content out there. The nice thing about content is that it doesn't have to be good. What's the fastest way to find out the answer to a question on the internet? Yes, post the wrong answer. Do it in a limited group because we don't need to see that on CNN later, but there's places to ask these things. And if you ask them right, you never have to be afraid of using stupid questions. I do this all the time as teaching exercises in some of the groups that I'm in. Ask leading questions. I forget which Greek philosopher it was that teaches like this. Socrates, okay, the Socratic method, yeah. Yeah, you ask questions that prompt thought and get input. And what makes this useful is not just that you're engaging with your audience and getting new connections. When you ask a question and you find someone who's interested, like manufacturing, you make a connection. And that connection can lead to other job opportunities. So it's a good way to add connections in there. But it's also a great way to generate new content because we don't know everything. And almost every book that has ever been published in history is nothing but an aggregation of other people's knowledge. All of us stand on the shoulders of giants. So there's no shame whatsoever in asking a question and then looking at the answers, repackaging them, and saying, here is a product or a question and a solution. I mean, I wouldn't want to wholesale just copy people's slides or copy things that people have done before. We want to get input and make something new. We want to add our flavor to it. Like you could talk about, what were they doing upstairs? Telecommunications things, specific to the healthcare environment. But you don't have to get that information from there. You can go just talk to telecom hackers and get some input from them and then apply it to the market that you know. That's useful. But you get that information by soliciting input and then repackaging it and turning it into material for content that pushes to your social media, that makes you look better to potential employers. Portfolios are only important if you work in an industry that it's useful in, software being one of them. And you can make this even better by using more specialized stuff. You can tack on things. You see this on LinkedIn a lot. If people are unemployed, they'll post like, I just got this cert. I just read this book. I just saw this movie, whatever it is. And that's doing two things. One, it's showing you that they're active. It's putting out keywords on their profile that may pop out on a recruiter search. And it's introducing, or it's letting people know that they're interested in a particular topic. So it serves a variety of purposes. It's not just look at me, especially if it's like really valuable, like MBA skills or something like that. The other thing is that talking like this in public forums exposes you to criticism. It helps train you in better ways to communicate. Well, thanks for that. Yeah. So we'll talk about being harassed in presentations next. Being able to think on your feet, being able to be responsible, being able to, most importantly, being aware of the emotional context and having the emotional intelligence when you engage with these audiences is vital because we look for that these days. Nobody is interested in hiring hackers from the old school where you put us in a room and you slide pizza under the door and you just don't engage, don't talk to them. It's called the bastard operator from hell. If you ever want to read some funny material, go look up at the old bastard operator from hell. I'll give you a quick example. Hey, I need 2 megs of space. Oh, I already gave you 2 megs of space. Well, yeah, but I need 2 more. So you need 2 megs of free space. Mm-hmm, yeah. Okay, there you go. Wait, where are all my files? You got 2 megs of free space now, don't you? Right. I didn't want to just adapt it for modern. It's an old thing. But adding stuff into your collection of publication materials, posts, and whatnot gives you some focus that makes you even more attractive. So understand, look at other people. Look at what they're doing. We'll get into it in a minute, find other people that are doing what you want to do and look at what they're publishing. Now go do that. And for those of us that are still actively employed, this is not something that ever stops. This is something that we do all the time. You can do it at a lower volume. I mean, it's not your job now, you have a job. So maybe once a week, make sure that you post some fresh content on LinkedIn. Maybe once a week, actually post some legit content. Have a hobby, for God's sakes, that has to do with what you do for a living, and post about that stuff. Keep engaged with the social media experience because when you need it, it will already be there. If you just fire up Twitter when you're job hunting, it's not going to help you much. And then that list there, that's a way to build on what you do over time and make it useful. And of course, the best way to finance anything is to have your employer pay for it. So that's why it's usually relative to what we do. But it does not have to be. Now for the good part, job boards. Hands down, LinkedIn's the best. Dice and Indeed, they're okay. You'll get more noise the further you get from LinkedIn. And LinkedIn's bad enough. But if you go to Dice compared to LinkedIn, oh my God. And do not ever, ever put your resume up on any of these things for public consumption. Dice will ask you, like, would you like to put that out so more people notice you? Do not do it. Do not. You'll get more spam. Yeah.
I did that in 2007, and I took it down in 2008, and I'm still getting spam.
Yeah. Well, change your email address, Mr. AOL.
I did.
But other things work to greater or lesser extent. Again, this comes back to focusing on the most effective means possible to get a job. Start with LinkedIn. If you actually run out of jobs to apply for in LinkedIn and you have additional time, then you can start poking around in other areas. Things like Google are like a last resort. Every once in a blue moon, maybe once a month, it pops out something that actually works. But for the most part, it's those guys, and that's the way it works. And there are others. I just couldn't list them all. And now the fundamental problem with boards that I alluded to earlier, if you look at the dialog box on the right, that will say, it's a Wall Street Journal article, that will quite clearly point out that at least 25% of all job listings, even the respectable ones from Bell & Howell, are fake. Not fake as in it didn't come from Bell & Howell, but fake as in they're not really hiring. That's out there because it makes the employees feel good that they are overworking, that have vacancies in their department, that are complaining about being overworked. Look, we're trying to hire, it's just we can't find anybody. Well, there's 400 applicants, I don't know why you can't find anybody. So the business may use it for some purpose, HR may use it for another purpose. Google was notorious for hiring people and then parking them on a bench. And they were also notorious for putting out resume or job apps that didn't actually go to any real jobs. So there's different ways that they use it to influence what's going on when they're that big. And if you're a company that's going to be acquired and you're looking at getting Revision C funding or some sort of money, getting a buyer, whatever it is, and you want to puff yourself up and make yourself look good, well, then you might hire for these people. They might ask you, do you have a corporate compliance officer? Well, yes, we're hiring a new one even as we speak. It's all fake. And we have to wade through this stuff. So about half of it is garbage. And just knowing that ahead of time will make you feel much better about 100 rejection notices. The other problem is that you're one amongst hundreds. Networking is really the key here. Personal networking, which is the next section, is the best, hands down way to get a new job. So there's a lot of garbage there. And we talked about public posting, don't do it. All right, the important part, networking. Networking is the single most valuable tool that we have and is also professionally useful in a variety of ways. It is also documented science that people who are good at networking have the best results in their personal lives. So this is not something that you can ignore because you're a programmer like I was and you want pizza slipped under the door. Just go away. I don't want to talk to you. You can work your way out of it. Trust me, I've done it. We need to be aware of the networks that we have. We need to know who's in them and what their role is, what their functions are. Even if you're just running this stuff in the back of your mind in a subset of your lizard brain or whatnot, you need to be aware of how your networks work and where they are and what they are, because this is vital to your success. The importance of networking here aligns directly with your professional success, so we have to pay attention to it. And just like any other skill, we can get better at it if we're not good at it, and we can become experts at it if we are good at it. Some people are naturals. More power to you. I hate you guys. And the rest of us have to claw and climb our way out from behind the pizza box pile. But it's possible. Anyone can do it. It's just a skill. And the reason that networking is so important and the reason it works is really simple. Because we value trust over ability. So I will hire for an open position based on trust in a relationship, knowing that you're not the best person for the job, but that you can do it, over somebody who is an expert that I don't know, because I don't trust them. And my reputation as the hiring manager may be on the line. And on a networking component, if I recommend you based on that networking thing, then that's shared trust. You now get to use my trust with this guy over here as your trust. Don't abuse that. Back to that, hey, it's 6 weeks and I'm leaving. Well, don't do that. That's bad. But trust is the most important component in our network of relationships, and it's the one that gets you the job, aside from the ones that just drop into your lap and things like that. So the values we bring affect the quality of the relationship, and this is key to making this stuff work for you, and this is the most important aspect of job hunting. Presumption on our part about a relationship or about what the other person thinks the relationship is can get us into trouble, though. So be aware that what you think the relationship is may not be what they think the relationship is. And you see this a lot in sales relationships. We invite a sales guy in with a great bond, we buy the product, we're happy, we're going golfing with this guy, everything's cool, and then 6 months down the line, the product's not working and the salesman isn't picking up the phone. Because what you thought was a friendship, and in the friend zone, for him was just I'm in the quarterly bonus zone. So you need to understand how it works in both directions and not just assume that what you think the relationship is the relationship. That presumption can get you into trouble, as can the situational awareness involved in it. Be aware of who you're talking to and the environment that you're talking to them in. Hacker conferences are one thing. Conferences in nice colleges are another. We use 2 different sets of verbs, and there's a reason for that. So networking, I'll bust through this quick because it's all online in this diagram. It gets old after 4 slides, but you break your networks down into different segments. You can do it however you want, but generally speaking, it's going to be professionally, emotionally, and socially. Different people in your life are going to fall into different circles there. You might have some overlap. It might be good. Your professional circle is almost always going to be the largest of the sector. And this is not acquaintances. This is people that you talk to on a regular basis. So don't think I can put 1,000 people in there. I must be winning this game. It's not how it works. This is people that you have regular contact with. It might only be once a year, but it's still you're aware, I haven't talked to Bob in a long time. I need to call Louise because I haven't spoken to her in ages and I don't know what's going on there. They're relationships that you want to maintain for some reason. So there's a limited amount of time available to you, which means there's a limited size here. For example, the socially beneficial network, this is going out with friends, having fun, going to D&D games, whatever it is you're doing on the weekends for fun, maybe evenings. There's a limit to how much time that you can spend on that. Let's say 4 hours, maybe 8 hours if you're young and don't have a lot of priorities or children yet. But if you do the math on this, it works out to being about 13 people max that you can put into the socially beneficial zone and maintain any sort of consistency. And I'm being rushed through this. I'm sorry. I tried to get this small enough. It is all online, though. The diagram tells us how to treat people, the characteristics that are in there. The important piece here is the last piece that I'll cover here is that the red dots. Everybody's got red dots. These are people in your life that you have to maintain contact with that you don't like, that they are a problem, a drag, whatnot. The uncle that constantly asks for money, the employer that you really wish you didn't work for, whatever it is, there's a negative aspect to it and you would change it if you could, but you can't. But you still have to maintain the relationship. All right. Your career arc ties into this. Knowing where people fall into here tells you whether or not somebody is a peer or a peer plus. And we network differently with peer plus. They are very desirable connections because they are above us in some way. They have an advantage to dealing with them in some way. It could be somebody who's legit higher on the ladder, or it could be somebody who's socially higher, like a religious leader or something like that. But knowing where you sit in there is important to managing the relationship. Expanding your network is really easy. All you have to do is ask, literally. Like we talked about earlier, engage with Q&A, except when you're doing it at a peer plus level, they want to talk to you. If you come to me and ask me, how do I do X? And it seems like something that you're genuinely interested in, I'm more than happy to share with you. We all want to help other people. It's built into human nature. So you can get other people to network with you quite easily by just asking for help. That's all you have to do. That's kind of what we just covered. And then you can turn it into blog posts, blah, blah, blah. Networking mistakes, don't abuse it. Don't just assume that it's always going to be there for you. And don't forget to provide some sort of value. Bring something to the relationship. That's why salespeople show up with donuts initially, because they have not demonstrated value yet. So here, have some food. That's value. There's different pieces on that. So, okay, that's all of the material basically. Here's a checklist that you can use as a starting point for doing job hunts and making sure that you hit all of this stuff. This is where all the materials are. So if you're gonna hit one of these barcodes or type in tiny URL BP6WEE45, that gets you to the SharePoint that has all of the garbage on it. The link will expire, so be aware of that. But you can always ask me on LinkedIn. I'll be glad to hit you whatever the latest information is. And questions and discussions, there's my LinkedIn, but I'll also go back there because nobody ever gets it. There's always someone that hasn't got it yet. So questions? Oh, we're out of time. No, go ahead. Thank you.
All right, I'm a midget, so I'm going to pull this down a little bit. So 2 comments. One on the networking. Josh here.
Mr. Networking.
Well, pretty much, yes, that was exactly the comment. I got into B-Sides, first con that I'd ever gone to, which did some other things, because he overheard me having a conversation with somebody else. The other comment is I've communicated with you on LinkedIn several times, and believe me, a lot of the networking or just even comments, back and forth with something, it may not be something on point or something looking at, but you post a lot of content out there or comment on a lot of things. It's very helpful just watching you on different things. The question I had, if you go back about 2 slides, there was something on camping. Could you talk about what you're defining, right there, what camping is as far as networking and under a mistake?
Just relying on the assumption that that network will be there, that those people will still talk to you even if you ignore them for a year or whatever length of time it is, assuming that that value will persist. And it works in certain circles better than others. Like in the military zone, I have certain people that I could not talk to them for 10 years, and then we can go out and it's just like we left. But there's a shared value system there and a shared background. So different people have different camping limits, but don't assume that a relationship will just maintain itself. You have to engage, at least sometimes.
Hi, Brian.
Hi.
How do you engage with your network without looking like a utilitarian? Like you reach them just when you need something, or you text them only when you need something?
When's the last time you called a friend?
Who's giving this presentation?
Very recently.
Okay, that's how.
But then sometimes it looks like you're just reaching out to them only when you need something.
When's the last time you called a friend and said, hey, how are you? That's it.
So that's what camping is kind of about. Is we've got different groups and stuff all over the different media complexes that involve different aspects of it, like hardware manufacturing and stuff. If I need a motor for my Ender 3 printer and I need it today, I can reach out to a network. And if all I ever do is talk to that network about needing stuff, they're gonna notice. that will get remarked upon. So you have to contribute back, you have to engage. Even if it's just volunteering at a con.
That is all the time we have.
I'll be outside if anybody wants anything.
Can everyone hear me? Cool. So since I only have 30 minutes and there's 80 slides, don't worry, I'm not going to do PowerPoint you to death. So my name's Alex Tatch. I've worked in security for almost 10 years. I'm pretty eccentric when it comes to a lot of edge technologies like robotics and drones. I presented at DEF CON 31 this year for a drone I built for countermeasure against other hacking drones. It's been a pretty busy month for me, so conferences and conferences. But what I wanted to talk to everyone about today, and I'm going to try to centralize this as much as possible, is some of the basics around drone security. So I'm just going to go right into it. So how many in here know what UAS stands for? You all should, because it's right out there. Unmanned aerial vehicle or unmanned aerial systems. When we talk about drones, UAS, UAVs, and other SUAS systems, we're referring to small unmanned aerial vehicles or operated vehicles or systems, which include drones, fixed-wing aircraft, or remote-controlled planes. And so some of these examples that I'm pulling up for emergency aid, traffic. Also, I should mention, if anyone has any questions, feel free to raise your hand. But for a lot of systems that we use nowadays, we have drones for all use cases, from emergency services to putting out fires, to aerial surveillance, drone swarm shows, and even advertising. I believe this is somewhere in Australia. If I'm going a little fast, I apologize. But for the most part, like, we have a lot of systems in our disposal for all sorts of use cases. This one specifically is for crash sites. So to kind of go into this a little bit more in depth, when it comes to drone security, there's a lot of things you have to consider for both yourself, other people, as well as the district or laws you follow. A lot of these including FCC and FAA regulations, which include those up there. So when we talk about counter UAS systems, just for everyone's reference, you're not really legally allowed to build them without authorization. So if you try to go and build your own DIY hacking drone to present at DEF CON, you might run into an issue where the FAA and the FCC give you a phone call or a letter in the mail that asks you some specific questions. From my own experience, it's better to kind of just put it out there when if you're planning on building a project like this, if you're planning on testing out your unmanned aerial fleet or unmanned air traffic system, just be advised, you need to understand that there's also wiretap laws and FAA regulations and DHS regulations. At any point, Homeland Security has the authorization to take control of other UAS systems that are in the sky. This also includes FAA Regulation 15, I believe. Right now, laws inside of the United States, especially for unmanned aerial vehicles, can be extremely touchy. But most of the time, it gears towards the law enforcement side of it, so be careful trying to fly certain types of drones in your vicinity. And so, I wanted to go into security a bit. So when we talk about drone security, we're talking about your usual connecting to systems using a remote control or protection of friendly drones against attackers. That is what I'm referencing, as well as protection of systems that support and manage your air traffic, so UTM or Unified Traffic Management, and counter UAS systems. So this includes RF guns, net catching systems, counter UAS protocols. And so these are all protections against rogue drones. And what do I mean by rogue drones specifically? So in recent years, commercially available drones have increased exponentially. You can't really go outside and go to a drone rally without seeing a DJI drone somewhere. Or you'll see commercially available drones for 3D modeling, agriculture, or even just your regular hobby FPV drones, each with their own different costs and different technology stacks. However, there are specific threats when it comes to these types of systems. And these are some examples of indirect threats. So when it comes to drones, releasing, say, payload systems, you have to consider where you're flying, how you're flying, and what authorizations you have to fly in certain airspaces. So one example I kind of want to talk about is at Gatwick Airport, UK. So, sorry, this jack is a lot harder than I thought. So essentially, a drone system interrupted a football game inside of a stadium, and this essentially put a lot of the spectators at harm that were out and about, and this created an indirect threat to both the airport and airspace of the vicinity. So going into some of the other threats that come out to drones, this one specifically for the Christchurch Mosque was a drone that wasn't directly used in attack, but forensics analyst seized the drone from a property which contained footage of a mosque that had been attacked in its vicinity. So this is ISR, so intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance that aided in planning an attack and execution of this area. And so there's footage and evidence of the attack as this was used in their criminal investigation. So while the drone may not have been directly used to administer a payload or specific system, it was used directly in support of another attack. And so this is probably where we get into some of the more specific threats when it comes to drones. So this is a C4 explosive that's attached to a DJI Mavic, as well as a wireless detection device that's attached to an FPV drone. These drones are commercial off-the-shelf systems that can be bought and sold on most sites, especially Amazon or eBay. From my experience, I've been able to use custom-built drones from parts that I either scavenged or pulled from, say, universities. Not for these specific purposes, though. And so some of the malicious drone usages, specifically by, say, ISIS, was used where drones were used to essentially deliver payloads, explosive ones designed to, instead of firing an RPG, it's a lot easier to simply fly a disposable drone into a target and then essentially launch that 1 to 10 kilometers away from you. And so ISIS consistently trained their operators into deploying these types of systems and countering and teaching people how to use drones, modify them, and put in equipping payloads. And so that also brings it to another type of direct threat, which is malicious drones used by, say, cartels. Some of the drones used in this picture were used to transport unsolicited drugs and other types of materials across the border. While they weren't used against civilians, they were used to carry off specific material and other valuable substances across the border, which for the most part is an issue that Homeland Security and Customs and Border Patrol tends to deal with when it comes to UAS threats. And so when it comes to warfare, this one is a very specific example, but in Azerbaijan for the in the Nagorno-Karabakh region conflict, drones were used carrying everything from either payload jammers or grenades or other types of UAS, counter-UAS systems, essentially to set off kamikaze attacks against Armenian forces. So the use of kamikaze drones isn't new. In fact, right now in Ukraine and Russia, they're used concurrently for attacks on civilians and other resources. So I'm going to skip through a few of these slides because I don't want to burn too much time, but drone payloads. So we went over how a drone works and how it's used to send data. You can use anything from different remote protocols as well as internet or 4G LTE connected to the drone. So you either have your 5.8 gigahertz links or your 2.4 links. And so when it comes to how does, like, say, an autonomous drone work, they normally have mapping data that's inserted inside of their system. And then from there, they're launched using a control mechanism, whether it's software or some kind of network protocol for their flight path. And so this is just an example of a unified traffic management system for UAS systems. You know, you have your different 4G LTE towers as well as your drones flying in tandem or within different areas besides planes and other aircraft. And so when it comes to, say, DJI drones, I know that they use the Lighthouse communication protocol in between their systems. And so from there, they're able to use similar protocols that you'd see in most commercial drones, but they tend to operate on a 900 megahertz frequency, as well as 2.4 and 5.8 gigahertz bands. So, for the most part, we've gone over the drone stack of using different device applications, a controller, a drone, as well as, I'm not touching too much on this, but a vendor server. These are things that we associate with flying drones as well as how we utilize them. So one of the biggest, I want you guys to just pay attention to this diagram because why is it important? Well, with all those systems that we use, we have threat vectors associated to them. So using, say, a single drone in a desktop PC or using a UAS traffic system or a counter drone system, we have to think about these in ways that translate to, say, cyber. So for a single drone, we have to think about it as a desktop PC, a UAS traffic management system as our enterprise network, or a counter drone system as our antivirus. Traditionally, we think about these details and ideas in more layman's terms, but when we think about drones and computers, we have to think about how exactly they're used in different resources and how attackers can employ those resources against us. So, this is more of a comparison between how a hacker would use a laptop versus how a hacker would use a drone. So for the most part, you have VPN for anonymous activity. For a drone operator, you're going to be basically observing your threat from a distance and using a controller and mobility, most likely bypassing normal air restrictions. Drones employ custom communication protocols to counter bypass UAS systems, as well as manufacturers tend to record flight data, but that flight data can also be modified. So a lot of custom attackers will modify their drones using firmware or other software. And I wanted to get into that part, modding. Sorry if I'm still speeding along. I really wanted to touch on modding. For the most part, when it comes to commercial off-the-shelf drones, specifically DJI drones, there's multiple websites and resources you can use to modify things. Skyhack RU used to be a pretty usable resource, but it hasn't been updated recently. But Hack DJI, as well as some other online resources, can be used to essentially modify the firmware inside of a DJI drone, which then, is beneficial for research and development, but also creates an attack vector for yourself or other people. And so, going about the attack chain when it comes to, say, a Wi-Fi based drone, first we assess the air for the drone's MAC address, and then we connect into the drone's wireless network that can be using. You can be using a multitude of devices to include a hack RF or an RF jamming tool or a spoofing system. And then from there, you can try to telnet or SSH into the operating system of the drone and using IP tables to block the operator's IP and using your own instead. And from there, you port your controls using, say, the robot operating system and fly the drone away and steal the data. That's a very simplified view of how that works. In fairness, this type of operation could take up to a week or a month, depending on how much data you can collect from the drone, if it's closed source, what type of operating system does it use, does it have custom firmware. But that doesn't mean the threat vector isn't there. These are just very highly complex attacks. Which is why for most of these common security risks, you tend to have hard-coded. Well, some of the common security risks when it comes to device applications is the hard-coded passwords, as well as the vendor control and visibility of patching your remote systems. When it comes to the controller, again, some of these threats are going to be very, very similar to each other. You're going to look at account lockout. You're going to look at weak encryption passwords. What I'm trying to say here is that if you buy a drone, if you use it for whatever purpose, understand that it's just as open to any of these threat vectors as anyone else. So change your password. If you have weak encryption security, take control of that. If you're using modified firmware, you better keep it updated. That's the point I'm just trying to drive home with this slide. So I skipped a few slides just to save a bit on time. But when it comes to counter UAS systems and counter anti-drone systems, well, I guess first off, raise your hand if you've ever been annoyed by a drone or seen one around your neighborhood and you really just don't want it there. Wouldn't you want to be able to bring it down? At least on command? You can't. I'm sorry. Drone defense is still illegal. For reference, what I'm trying to say is that because drones, especially ones that are authorized for flight, and they're using any sort of like ATO from an airport for flying, if you disrupt that drone, you're disrupting flight operations, and In this case, the drone operator would have more leeway over this than you, especially if they're flying within permissible range. And that's kind of where the legal system gets a little gray and difficult due to the fact that drones are not always policed very well. Look, I'm just going to say this. If you try shooting your neighbor's drone with a hack RF or some other device, you know, if the cops come at your door, don't be surprised. And so these are some examples of just detection technology for UAS systems. They are available commercially or off the shelf. I'm not going to go too much into it, but I do want to talk a little bit about the types of detections that you can use for drones. So, you know, the first and obvious one is radio frequencies. It's great to see the location of the operator and as well as whatever technology they're using. But some of the issues when it comes to RF is that there's a lot of frequency to be covered inside of an area. It's not always useful if the communication protocol is like modified, especially if they're using some kind of spoofing or GPS technology. And they also might pick up a lot of false positives as well as like high noise and density in dense areas. And when it comes to autonomous drones, well, good luck. And then comes to optical. When it comes to using optical to detect drones, depending on if you're using, say, like an AI machine learning algorithm using OpenCV, you can essentially record and take visual and digital evidence. But this also depends on the weather. Visual range can be pretty narrow, and detection is pretty small. And there's also a possibility for false positives, such as birds and other things that might be in the way. Unless you're using a very, very expensive camera and some pretty good software, I don't always recommend optical for detecting drones. And then radar. Radar is interesting as it's got a longer range when it comes to like azimuth coverage, as well as the geolocation can be determined using like 3D frequency data. It is very weather dependent, and it's also got multiple frequency bands for emissions. But again, the transmissions may interfere with the environment. This type of equipment tends to be pretty expensive, so you're not really going to see your usual like off-the-shelf commercial people using these types of systems unless they're like law enforcement, government, or state or federal. And then for acoustics, using a type of audio system to essentially detect drones, look, I'll just be honest. At least in my experience, when it comes to using acoustics, they're not always the most accurate when it comes to looking for multiple drones, and they tend to be pretty expensive. But you know, you will be able to detect autonomous drones. That's the big key factor when it comes to acoustics. It's just these systems are really, really expensive. So, what do I look like? When it comes to mitigation, you know, there's all sorts of mitigation technologies. I'm not going to go into every little detail about this, but just for your reference, you have geofences for essentially creating a specific area where drones can be flown, as well as like protected areas using, say, your app. For most commercial drones, you'll have an app that gives you access to see the entire area that you're flying in. As I said before, there are companies and other resources that can use RF and GPS jamming systems. Using an RF jammer is a pretty key example. And that could include GPS and GLONASS jamming. There is a lot more slides I could go into, and I'd really love to, but I just don't have the time. Honestly, I really just want to open the forum for questions. I know that this might be a bit rushed, but I guess for the most part, does anyone have any questions?
We have about 5 minutes for questions. Please use the mic up front.
Fair.
So for the record, he just said it's tough to prove an EMP. And we had a question from Twitch, which was, is Telnet turned on these drones usually by default, or is it depending on
It's dependent on the manufacturer. If you're so most drones, especially nowadays, don't have Telnet turned on. But for a lot of like quick connections or other systems, you might have those like pretty simple protocols activated.
Have you worked with FAA remote ID and basically tracking drones based on that and trying to track down drones that are not correctly broadcasting the remote ID data?
Yes. So for reference, what he's talking about is the FAA's remote ID program. For most drones that you use commercially or for personal use, you have to register the drone with a remote ID. When it comes to using drones, especially approved by, you essentially get an approval to fly the drone, you will be able to see like other systems that are in the sky. And it may not be similar to say like ADS-B, but you will be able to see a good decent amount of remote signatures within the sky using different types of software, especially for commercial drones.
What are your thoughts on remote ID overall?
I think it's a good idea. Implementation-wise is insanely difficult. Right now, if I'm being honest with you, with all these technologies, when it comes to drones and UAVs, it's like the Wild West. We have these regulations and laws to try to regulate some of these issues, but we're not. If I'm being honest, like when I first built that drone for Jawncon, I did it because my neighbor built a drone that was using a Wi-Fi jammer. Oh. And he put that Wi-Fi jammer on a DJI drone. So in retaliation, I built my own. Yeah.
Thank you.
I have one more question from Twitch. Can acoustics work in tandem with other drone detection systems?
So for acoustic systems, I would say specific types. If you're using, say, like visual for detection, that would be fine for using, like, say, acoustics. But if you're using, say, a radar or something that's emitting a high frequency, you may end up messing up some of your own results on the acoustic system as well. So that's why people tend to use one specific system for detection, which tends to be RF or radar.
Awesome, thanks. Any other questions? Cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
was so pleased to be able to rip that off. It's a distinctly Philadelphia newscast sort of thing. So thank you all for coming to Jawncon and sticking around all the way to closing remarks. So we'll just jump right into it. We had a CTF with a badge, and we have some winners to announce, and I need to go and get this stuff over here. So what the badge is a series of punch cards, not a series of tubes. There were 3 punch cards that you had to find and put together. If you successfully decoded the punch cards, you were presented with hex, and a variety of different folks decided a variety of different strategies at this point. Some of them use Cyber Chef, some of them don't get enough time in the sun and touch grass and no hex off the top of their head. I'm not going to judge, but once you decoded the hex, you were presented with a very small Python script, and it encouraged you to reach out to the Jawncon server and sends a UDP packet of TA, and the server responds back with COS, because tacos rule, and instructed you to go to one of the phones that has a Jawncon sticker in the conference to dial an extension. And if you did that, well, congratulations, you found me, and we had a quick little chat. There were a lot of different folks who played and did a really stellar job. We have 2 second place teams that showed up at the exact same time. So that's why there's 2 second place. I wasn't going to be a jerk and say like, hey, well, I didn't time sync when you showed up, so there can be a rounding error. So for first place, we got the Star Cankle banners in the back. Your prize. There were 4 of you, and because I know what you do for your day jobs, y'all don't get Hack 5 gear. Y'all get 50 cal bullets with an IOU on it, because I'm going to take y'all out to Redneck Day, and we're going to blow stuff up in the woods. So there is that. Oh, and yeah, I forgot these suckers. I'm going to make it hail, otherwise I'll hit y'all in the head with them. There you go. For second place, the John Connors and the Bakers. Where are y'all? Oh yeah, sorry, I miscounted. There should have been 4. Are they here? Oh, oh, they're in class. Oh, okay. All righty. So for your team, y'all get to sort out which of y'all get those. And these are Hack 5 prizes. And then for your team, y'all get to sort out who gets those. And then, yeah, have some pain. Righty, oh, and also for the second placers, y'all get this crap from my basement. Here y'all go. Third place, hold on a sec. No, hold a sec. Are they here? Yes, come on up. Alrighty, we'll do that and some more of these fun little things. So Dustin gave y'all a Flipper 0, and he's also the fellow responsible for cutting all the coins. So thanks to Dustin for doing that. So, alrighty, fourth place, Skinny R&D. There you are. Alrighty, so y'all get the pineapple and some coins. That one may be signed by Dragorn. Fifth place, Sour Monkeys. There y'all are already. For you, you get a fun little speech-to-text voice kit thingamajigger. I need to get more coins out. And a random package from China. I think it's a taxidermy chicken light, but it's not a real chicken. But it's USB controlled. So, let's see here. And I think that's all the coins, so go for it. Alrighty, thank y'all for all playing. There was a lot of different solutions for how everyone went about this. For the PCAP, well, PCAP was an option as well. Some folks did the server sides. It was just an adventure in watching everyone try to cross the bridge the same way. We also have a new John in the family, so congratulations to them. Their son was born 2.5 days ago. They would be here otherwise. So the newest John is here, but he couldn't be here, but he's here. So congratulations to them. I had questions about t-shirts. I have some extra ones. Don't everyone race at the same time, but for what I have left in inventory is the count there. But I am going to put up a link on the website after this weekend is over so that you can order your own and just have it directly shipped to your house, because there was enough folks that were like, hey, I want a t-shirt. I was like, crap, I didn't consider that. So at the very least, there's those there available. So cash at the box. Don't everyone fight at the same time, because there will be a link. The last thing that I wanted to cover is kind of the topic about the conference itself. Jawncon does this really great discussion called Own the Con, where they talk about, hey, if this was your responsibility, what would you have? And I think the transparency behind that is important. And part of the importance of it is there's a lot of stuff that goes on behind the scenes. And so for that, I want to thank the helpers, the staff, the presenters, the speakers, and all of you for, of course, coming and spending the time and energy and effort in supporting us. So we also had a lot of first-time speakers as well, which was fantastic. So, yep, we're doing good things. So, of the folks that came, we had a little over 130 people show up for this, which for an event that went from nothing to where we are now is 94 days in existence. So we pulled off a Christmas miracle. It's clearly a Christmas miracle because they're selling Christmas crap in the big box stores. So I'm going to claim it for that. The Halloween stuff is still there. I don't know what happened at Thanksgiving. But that aside, the conference itself was a budget of $5,000, and we just went a little over than that. So thank you all for swearing a lot and contributing to the swear jar as well, because that helped. And that also now means that we are set up to be able to do this again next year. So we will do this again next year. No one did googly eyes on stuff that they weren't supposed to do googly eyes on. The only complaint that we received was because of me. And it was the, yes, the teletype machine was too loud. And it was annoying some of the other students on the far end of the hallway. And one of the staff folks came in and said, hey, can you make that quieter? And I said, no, it's that sound. I can make it louder. And she goes, well, can you at least turn it off? I go, well, it's transcribing all the presenters. It's a part of the event. She goes, oh. I go, and it's going to be doing it again tomorrow. And she's like, oh, what? So I didn't run it today out of courtesy of the students because we're sharing space with them. But if you are a speaker and you want your talk teletyped, shoot me an email. I'll run it. It'll print it out, and I'll mail it to you. As far as thank yous, again, to the speakers and presenters for coming in and spending the time traveling in a lot of cases across categories that would consider it a felony because you cross state lines. Well, not a felony, a federal felony. But also the other folks I'd like to thank is Arcadia University. Lisa was fantastic. Their helpers and their staff that were here were engaging, curious. A couple of them were picking locks as well. And then also the other students that were just randomly showing up and going, what the hell is this stuff? And we got the university's attention in a positive light. We got a lot of curious folks just wandering in and trying to figure out what was going on. So your presence impacted other people as well that had no affiliation with this particular industry, but it drove conversation and curiosity and interest, and you may have ruined someone's life on their way to installing AIX, so that's on you. Staff, Trash Panda, thank you so damn much for nagging the hell out of me to do various things. The other folks in staff, thank you also for being supportive jerks. Now, the Dragorn and Stargazer, thank you guys for making the badges. Stargazer was the fellow who handmade every single one of your badges around your necks. Dragorn made all the speaker and staff badges. So yeah, that was tedious. And Philip and David, thank you all for your help as well. They helped facilitate a lot of the AV and university introductions and additional support in the organization. Attendees, you can go F yourselves, suckers. Y'all did this to yourself. I don't know why, but thank y'all for coming. Hack 5, Darren Kitchen again for being a sponsor for the event. I'd also like to thank SEPTA for donating this wonderful sign that we actually got NTP synced this morning, so it should be having the right people in the talks, minus the one kerfuffle where there was a swap. And that was my fault because pressure and I screw things up. And of course, again, thanks to PumpCon. Everyone needs to thank PumpCon because no one has ever thanked PumpCon for existing, period. Yes. Oh, what was that, bud? Yeah, that's, yeah. It's the first time it's been said unironically. So as it relates to PumpCon tonight is the pre-hangover event at North Bowl and Northern Liberties. What you do is you just walk into the bowling alley, go up the stairs, and that's where the bar is, and you will find the tribe there. The event itself, I think it's going to be at the Velvet Whip again. At least that's what my understanding is. The address is not on the website right now, but if you Google the Velvet Whip, you'll find it on a map and an address there. It is a sex dungeon. It's clean, but just know its decor is specific. Do not go in the back. Yes. I think we're going to do this again. I've been encouraged to do this again, so we're going to do this again. I'm not a smart man, but I know what con is. But beyond that, I'll see y'all at PumpCon. I got to break this room down. We have to vacate here shortly, but we have the upstairs until 5 o'clock, and you're welcome to hang out and chill out up there and burn some time. What's that? I don't have enough ibuprofen to go around, but yeah, for a teardown, we're going to have 2 trucks in the back here if anyone wants to help caravan stuff to the trucks and get things out, but not forcing you to do so. So at any rate, thank you all for coming. Thank you for the participants and the solvers of the CTFs. I think y'all had fun, I hope. I think there was one other question I had associated with the other events and the things and the phones and stuff. ADHD, that's all. There's no other real reason for it to exist. But as far as I've gotten some great feedback and questions for next year, please throw them in the chat in the channel so they're at least memorialized and tracked. Staff are doing our heart wash next week. Hopefully that's long enough time to recover from PumpCon. And yeah, cheers. See y'all later, alligators. Thanks again for coming. And now we got to tear down in here.